Galing-galing naman. Daming trabaho. Sabi niya.
Idol ka na yun dyan.
Idol namin yun.
Recording in progress.
UF namin. Tapos, or pwedeng BUF. Talent people. Alright, okay. Ganun ko lang yan. Wala. Okay. Magpaano ka na? Magpalag in tayo.
Tuesday.
that's why they kunwari, ako, pagka nakikita ko na tapos, or exhausted. Parang a reasonable for
For the next
ako
15
that's
minutes.
oo. Dito. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Paingin ng upuan for majo. Yes, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's me, Karen.
For sponsorship. Ah, okay.
sa TV ko na lang nakikita ito. Sa TV ko.
Ako muna. Ay, hindi pala. Good morning. The resumption of the budget hearings on fiscal year 2023 budget proposals of departments, agencies, and corporations and the General Appropriations Bill is hereby called to order. Committee Secretary, please acknowledge the House members and guests physically present today, as well as those attending via Zoom.
May we now acknowledge the House members and other members of the House of Representatives and the officials of the Department of National Defense physically present and those attending via Zoom today's budget hearing. Senior Deputy Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix Dalipe, Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma, Senior Vice Chair Stella Luz Kimbo, Vice Chair Mercedes Alvarez, Vice Chair Raul Angelo Bongalon, Vice Chair Horacio P. Sansing Jr., Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Representative Arnan Panalingan, other members, Rep. Loreto Acharon, Rep. Raul Daniel Manuel, Representative Raul Buboy Tupas, and via Zoom, Vice Chairperson Jose Alvarez, Vice Chair Maria Rachel Arenas, Vice Chair Fernando Cabredo, Vice Chair Gerardo Jerry Spina Jr., Vice Chair Jose Loyola, Vice Chair Alfonso Omali Jr., Vice Chair Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Chair Christopher De Venecia, Vice Chair Mary Michi Cahayon Uy, Vice Chair Joseph Gilbert Violago. Committee members, Representative Drixie May Cardema, Representative Sani Lagon, Representative Carmelo Lasatin II, Representative Gerville Luistro, Representative Bay Dimpol Mastura, Representative Maria Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag, Representative Agustina Dominic Dicitina Pancho, Representative Jocelyn Tulfo, Representative Samuel Versosa Jr., Representative Christopher Sonyap, Representative Maria Angela Garcia, Representative Joseph Tan, Representative Ernesto Junicio Jr., Representative Juan Carlos Arjo Ataide, Representative Adrian J. Advincula, Representative Antonieta Yodela, Representative Alan Jesse Mangawang, Representative Edward Vera Perez Maceda. Other members, Representative Eleanor Bulot Begtang, Representative John Tracy F. Cagas, Representative Eugenie Vicente Emano, Representative Edsel Galeos, Representative Jerny Vet Nisay, Representative Arnie Teves Jr., Representative Florida Rida Robes. Additional members, Representative Salvador Plato and Deputy Minority Leader Florencio Gabriel Bem Noel. May we also acknowledge the officials of the Department of National Defense. Officer in charge, Senior Undersecretary Jose Faustino Jr. Civil Veterans and Reserve Affairs Undersecretary Franco Nemesio Gacal. A Strategic Assessment and Planning Undersecretary Ignacio Madriaga. Capability Assessment and Development Undersecretary Angelito De Leon. Office of the Undersecretary for Acquisition and Resource Management, OIC Undersecretary Joselito Ramos. Financial Management Assistant Secretary Gavin Edjawan. Plans and Program Assistant Secretary Pablo Lorenzo. Strategic Assessment and International Affairs Assistant Secretary Henry Robinson Jr. Real Estate and Installations, Assistant Secretary Emmanuel Anthony Ramos. Chief Legal and Legislative Affairs, Assistant Secretary Attorney Eric Lawrence D. Human Resource, Assistant Secretary Antonio Bautista. Office for Financial Management, Director Nicole Bacolod. The Deputy Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Romel Anthony Reyes, Philippine Navy. Commanding General of the Philippine Army, Lieutenant General Romeo Browner. Acting Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force, Major General Arthur Cordura. Acting Flag Officer in Command, Rear Admiral Cesar Bernard Valencia. Government Arsenal, Director Jerry Amante. Office of Civil Defense, Administrator Raymond Ferrer. National Defense College of the Philippines, President Ferdinand Cartojano. Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, Administrator Reynaldo Mapago. Veterans Memorial Medical Center, Director Dominlor Chong Jr. Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel, Major General Adriano Perez Jr. Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Intel, Major General Romulo Manuel Jr. OJ3, Major General Alex Rillera. OJ4, Major General Fernil Buca. OJ6, Major General Irise Nicanor. OJ9, Brigadier General Doroteo Jose Halandoni. OJ10, Major General Rolando Nerona. Chief of the AFPCLOAC, Brigadier General Joel Alejandro Naknak. AFP SEO, Colonel Ivan Papera. Chief PGMC, Colonel Nober Yomar Abara. That's all, Madam Chairperson.
Majority Leader Manix Delipe, Senior Deputy Speaker and former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, Vice Chair Alvarez, Vice Chair Swansing, esteemed colleagues, Senior Undersecretary Jose Faustino Jr., and the DND family, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. The Department of National Defense is tasked to secure our sovereignty and territorial integrity, preserve internal stability, and help in our disaster relief efforts. The end goal of these tasks is clear: to create a secure environment conducive to national development. When we have a secure and well-defended country, we can be more productive. Stability also allows smooth exchange of goods and services. This attracts investments, which bring more opportunities to Filipinos. Kaya importante po ang DND sa pagbangon at paglago ng ating ekonomiya. One of DND's primary responsibilities is external defense. At maliwanag naman pong sinabi ng ating Pangulo, we will not give up a single square inch of our territory. And towards this, the DND patrols the entire archipelago, including our maritime territory, to protect our national interests. DND and its personnel have also been providing barracks, electricity, and water treatment to Filipino fishermen and communities. Now that the new administration is determined to digitalize government processes, it is also good to know that the DND has also been developing cybersecurity programs. Frontliner din po ang DND sa disaster response. They mobilize naval, air, and land assets to transport relief goods to the affected areas. Rescue operations as well as road clearing operations are also done by the DND during times of calamity. Noong hinagupit po kami ng bagyong Ulysses sa Marikina, kasangga ng aking opisina ang mga Marines sa relief operations. At alam kong buong bansa ang nakakaramdam ng ganitong klaseng kalinga mula sa ahensya. Finally, the recent geopolitical tensions in other parts of the world emphasize the important role of DND in ensuring that the Filipinos live peaceful and prosperous lives. May we have a productive meeting today regarding the DND budget. Maraming salamat. And at this point, I would like to inform the DND family that your lead sponsor for the budget defense is Representative Mercedes Alvarez of the 6th District of Negros Occidental. Kasama po niya as co-sponsor is Representative Horacio Piswansing Jr. of the 2nd District of Sultan Kudarat. So sila na po ang inyong magiging sundalo sa mga debate po natin sa plenaryo, which will begin next week. And at this point, I would like to recognize Vice Chair Mercedes Alvarez for her opening statement.
Thank you, Senior Vice Chair Kimbo. Senior Deputy Speaker, former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, Majority Floor Leader Manix Dalipe, on behalf of our Chairman Zaldico, our Senior Vice Chairman Stella Kimbo, fellow members of the committee and congressional staff, to our DND family, headed by Senior Defense Undersecretary Jose Faustino Jr., fellow legislators and guests monitoring via Zoom, ladies and gentlemen, mayong aga sa inyong atanan. Esteemed colleagues and partners in good governance, it is with pride that I express our support for the Department of National Defense. This key national agency, as some of you may know, is no stranger to me. I am a proud reservist of the Philippine Army, a graduate of the Master in National Security Administration, not to mention the better or probably the bitter half of a dedicated soldier. I am honored to have been designated by the Honorable Committee as the sponsor, together with Kong Horacio Swansing, of the proposed budget of the DND for fiscal year 2023. And we welcome everyone to the budget hearing of the department and its attached agencies. For fiscal year 2023, the department has allocated 240.7 billion pesos. The DND budget for 2023 is 9% higher than the current year's approved spending level of 220.9 billion, with increments going to the 3 major commands and the general headquarters of the AFP. The DND is, of course, again, tasked to guard against external and internal threats to national peace and security, promote the welfare of soldiers and veterans, and to provide for support for social and economic development. For us here in Congress, our task is one in solidarity with you. After several reviews of DND's goals and plans for fiscal year 2023, we shall see how their budget policy can better fulfill the department's mandate. This briefing is thus an opportunity for us, members of Congress, to explore opportunities and meet challenges head-on. Some of these challenges concern national security, modernization, and while it seems on its way out, the pandemic. Let this day be a display of collaboration. To our experts, policymakers, and scholars, we look forward to your ideas and insights today in pursuit of budgetary solutions for tomorrow. To our partners at the DND, rest assured that our committee is here to listen. We will pay attention to your concerns, your needs, your goals. Let us know how we can help you. Let us know how we can help attain your vision by 2028, a defense organization that guarantees Philippine security, territorial integrity, and sovereignty, a reliable partner in national development, and a strategic player in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you, and with that, Madam Chair, I yield the floor to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Vice Chair Alvarez. At this point, Senior Undersecretary Jose Faustino Jr., you may now proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. To Honorable Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, the House Senior Deputy Speaker and the former President. To Honorable Manuel Jose Manix Dalipe, the House Majority Leader. Honorable Stella Luz A. Kimbo, the Senior Vice Chairperson. Honorable Mercedes K. Alvarez, Vice Chairperson and our lead sponsor. Honorable Horacio Piswansing Jr., the Vice Chairperson and also our co-sponsor. Other distinguished members of the House, both physically present and those present via Zoom. DND officials, AFP officials headed by Vice Admiral Romel Anthony S.D. Reyes. Other members of Congress present, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to present the budget proposal of the Department of National Defense for fiscal year 2023. The scope of my presentation shall be as shown. For our mandate, pursuant to Executive Order Number 292, as amended by EO 112 series of 1999, the DND is mandated to maximize its effectiveness for guarding against external and internal threats to national peace and security, promote the welfare of soldiers and veterans, and provide support for social and economic development. For our mission, in line with this mandate, the mission of the DND is to defend against external and internal threats to territorial integrity and sovereignty and promote the welfare of people in order to create a secure and stable environment conducive to national development. For our DND Trust, to pursue our mandate and mission, we have 10 program thrusts for this administration as follows: sovereignty and territorial integrity, internal security and stability, disaster resilience and climate change adaptation, cyber defense, modernization, capability and capacity development, protection of cognitive domain, security cooperation and engagements, reserve force development, and also welfare of soldiers, veterans, and finally, legal and legislative agenda. Allow me to present the organizational outcome and performance targets of the DND bureaus under the PREXI structure or the program expenditure classification. For 2023, to attain the desired level of support to force employers in the prescribed readiness condition, the Philippine Army targets to maintain 243 tactical battalions and 86 ready reserve battalions with 89% and 78% operational readiness respectively. It also aims to achieve 90% effective strength of tactical battalions that can be mobilized within 1 hour as dictated by higher headquarters. The Philippine Air Force, on the other hand, aims to provide 100% support of its Tactical Air Operations Group to the unified commands. To achieve this, the Air Force shall maintain 169 various types of aircraft in its inventory and respond to 90% of its flight-directed mission within 1 hour and achieve 100% of its target flying hours. Similarly, for the Philippine Navy, it aims to provide all of its naval units to the unified commands. To attain this, it shall deploy and sustain 118 of its units for utilization, prepare 35 units for deployment, and sustain 137 force-level support service units. The General Headquarters, Armed Forces of the Philippines, shall deliver its organizational outcome of protecting the sovereignty of the state and the Filipino people through its 3 programs, namely Joint Force Planning, Joint Force Operations, and Joint Force Capability. For the Joint Force Planning sub-program, GHQ commits to formulate, review, and revise 234 military plans and policies. Under the Joint Force Operations sub-program, it shall conduct 140 bilateral and multilateral engagements, 103,559 operations, and 5,944 security operations for the President, the First Family, visiting heads of state, and other distinguished personalities. For the Joint Force Capabilities Program, the GHQ likewise commits to provide quality healthcare treatment and services to 10,852 military personnel and dependents, treat 90% of patients with the accepted length of stay per case, and provide training for 1,300 PMA cadets and 146 military students of the Command and General Staff College. Lastly, for the AFP Modernization sub-program, the GHQ aims to have 10 acquisition decision memorandum approved. May I now present the performance targets of the DND civilian bureaus for 2023. The DND proper, or the Office of the Secretary, commits to accomplish 100% of its targets based on DND proper policies and 80% of its policies and strategies accepted by the President and the Cabinet. To attain this, DND proper shall develop 103 key document products in accordance with the implementation of the Defense System of Management, or DSOM, 99 KDPs for our international defense and security engagement, and 1 DND-wide program performance and budget execution review, or PAPA-BEAR report. Meanwhile, in order to achieve 100% supportability of AFP small arms ammunition requirements for 2 basic loads, the government arsenal shall continue to manufacture full 40 million rounds of small arms ammo with a 98% acceptance rate of its manufactured output based on standards. For the Office of Civil Defense, it aims to improve the resilience of communities to disasters through its 3 sub-programs, namely Civil Defense Enhancement, Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, and Disaster Management Operations. OCD's Civil Defense Enhancement sub-program shall capacitate 1,663 volunteers and local DRRM officers and maintain 18 operation centers. On the other hand, through its Disaster Risk Reduction and Management sub-program, OCD aims for 70% of the participants to rate the trainings at least satisfactory, and also targets to assess 100% of Gawad Kalasag entries submitted by different agencies and sectors. Further, it targets to review and evaluate 1,715 local DRM plans of provinces, cities, and municipalities nationwide. Lastly, for the Disaster Management Operations sub-program, OCD aims for 100% of requests for non-food items of disaster-stricken LGUs that are acted upon, as well as the conduct and support to slow onset and sudden onset hazards. In addition, OCD endeavors to ensure 100% accomplishment and operations conducted and supported in response to planned events. The National Defense College of the Philippines is responsible for the capacity improvement of defense and security leaders. For 2023, it commits to produce 21 research papers and 10 publications on defense and security policy studies. It shall likewise continue to conduct the Masters in National Security Administration course with 65 enrollees and graduates. For the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, its goals are to empower Filipino veterans and to demonstrate the Filipino people's appreciation and gratitude to the veterans through its 3 programs. Under the Veterans Welfare and Benefits Administration Program, PVAO shall process 95% of benefit claims with 10 working days upon receipt of complete documents and provide non-pension benefits to 9,998 recipients. Through its Veterans Affairs Management Program, PVAO aims to conduct 60 veteran-related engagements and assist 60 veterans organizations. Under its Veterans Memorial and Historical Preservation Program, PVAO shall also maintain 9 existing shrines, conduct 13 veterans celebratory events, and produce 4 publications. For the Veterans Memorial Medical Center, its primary responsibility is to deliver quality healthcare services to veterans and their dependents. To support this, in 2023, VMMC shall provide healthcare services to veterans and their dependents categorized by ensuring the proper treatment of 11,100 inpatients and 195,000 outpatients. VMMC shall likewise provide the needed attention and treatment to patients in the emergency ward. For the DND budget proposal for fiscal year 2023, to provide the resources to accomplish the goals of the department as earlier discussed, allow me to present the DND's budget proposal for fiscal year 2023. Based on the National Expenditure Program, the Defense Department is allocated a total budget of 310.9 billion pesos, of which 240.3 billion is for the regular fund. The regular fund is distributed as follows: 138.4 billion, or 44.52% for personal services, 58.6 billion, or 18.85% for maintenance and other operating expenses, and 43.3 billion, or 13.93% for capital outlay. The allocation for veterans and AFP pensioners, which is under the Pension and Gratuity Fund, is 70.6 billion pesos, or 22.7% of the total budget proposal. Compared to the DND budget for this year, our fiscal year 2023 budget proposal is higher by 9%, or 19.8 billion pesos. The variances for each expense class are as shown. Personal services with additional 9.7 billion pesos, MOE with an increase of 4.4 billion, and capital outlay with an increase of 5.7 billion. The distribution of the regular allocation based on the prescribed budget structure and how it compares to the fiscal year 2023 budget is shown as follows. Operations and locally funded projects increased by 4% and 38% respectively, while general administration and support, or GAS, increased by 12%. For pension, which is included under the Pension Gratuity Fund of the expenditure program, the decrease in the AFP pension is due to a more aggressive and comprehensive cleansing of pension payroll activities, which resulted in the reduction of the actual number of pensioners. On the other hand, the allocation for veterans is the same for fiscal year 2023. The following slide shows how the DND budget proposal is distributed to DND line agencies under the regular fund. The share of the Armed Forces of the Philippines is 233.9 billion pesos, posting a 9.43% increase from the current year's budget. Meanwhile, the allocation for civilian agencies has a decrease of 351 million pesos, or negative 5.24% compared to the 2022 appropriations. I shall now present the significant features of our budget proposal for 2023. The personal services allocation shall support a staffing summary of our line agencies composed of 165,015 uniformed military personnel, 12,887 civilian employees, and 69,938 CAFGU elements. On personal services, the net increase is 9.7 billion pesos. The significant increase can be attributed to the following: 2.6 billion for the adjustment in pay and allowances due to actual data, 790 million for the requirements of filling up positions, 2.8 billion for the terminal leave and retirement gratuity benefits, 5.8 billion for the recruitment of additional 7,062 troops, 789 million for the continuous operationalization of 11 ID, or 11th Infantry Division, to include the newly activated infantry battalions this year, and 170 million for the additional hazardous duty pay of military uniformed personnel assigned in province of Sulu. The decrease for the 3.3 billion for personnel services is as shown. On the other hand, the net increase in maintenance and other operating expenses, or MOE, is 4.4 billion pesos. The MOE variance results from total increases of 9.7 billion, less the one-time projects implemented in 2022 amounting to 5.3 billion, the proposed MOE increases in the 2023 are intended for the following projects and activities: 1.3 billion for inflationary adjustments, 2.8 billion for the additional funds for fuel, oil, and lubricants due to significant price increase, 1.3 billion for the operationalization and sustainment of Naval Operating Base in Subic, 1.2 billion for aircraft maintenance fund requirements, 720 million for additional fund for ammunitions, 681 million for MOE for equipment acquired as part of the capability upgrade program and capital outlay projects, 541 million for the expansion for existing programs, activities, and projects, 241 million for the operationalization of 11 ID, 190 million for the requirements of additional authorized troop strength, 169 million for sustainment of units, 86 million for ICT MOE requirements, and lastly, 210 million for COVID-19 related programs, projects of the AFP Medical Center. However, it is worth mentioning that the following grants or budget allocation in 2022 were no longer provided consequently in 2023 as shown. On capital outlay, there is a net increase of 5.7 billion pesos. The 2023 budget proposal includes capital outlay for the new or expanded projects of the departments as follows: 10.95 billion for payment of multi-year projects under the revised AFP Modernization Program, 189 million for the expansion of existing programs, activities, and projects, 951 million for the sustainment of units, 310 million for the mobility requirements, 704 million to support the construction and enhancement of base and base support facilities, 26 million for new programs, activities, and projects, and 190 million for the ICT hardware requirements. Shown is the 2022 implemented programs and projects amounting to 7.6 billion that were factored out. I have just presented the 310.87 billion peso budget proposal of the Defense Department for fiscal year 2023 and its significant features. Rest assured that all of us in the department shall continue to pursue our mandate and achieve our goals with more vigor to ensure a stable national security environment conducive for economic growth and development. That ends my briefing, sirs and ma'ams. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Undersecretary. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the following members. Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro, Representative Arlene Brosas, Representative Patrol Bustos, Representative Ernesto Junicio Jr. Thank you very much, Undersecretary. Before we proceed to our to the questions of the members of this committee, may I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is given 5 minutes for question or interpellation, excluding the response of the resource persons. And when you hear the bell sound, may we hear the bell sound as a sample? Unfortunately, walang bell. So, may timer naman po sa screen. If we get carried away, please do not get mad if I remind you of the time. It means you only have 30 seconds to wind up with your questions. As part of a long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House and followed by the majority members in an alternating manner. The Chair now recognizes from the minority, our Minority Floor Leader, Marcelino Libanan, for his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, I would like to greet the Secretary, Secretary Jose Faustino, my good friend, and all the members of the Department of National Defense family. Good morning to you all. I will be asking questions during the plenary regarding policy directions. So as of this moment, Madam Chair, I would like to request that the Honorable Arlene Brosas make the interpellation from the minority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The representative Arlene from Gabriela, Representative Arlene Brosas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po sa ating minority leader. Kaugnay po sa tanong ko, direct to the point na lang po kasi konti lang yung oras eh. So, Madam Chair, according to the Court of Appeals, some military officers and other officials are accountable for the enforced disappearance of labor organizers Elizabeth Loy Magbanwa and Alipio Ador Huat. The CA instructed the military to utilize all technical and modern technological resources at its disposal to assist in locating their whereabouts, and once and for all, determine the truth behind their continued disappearance. Ano na po ang ginagawa ng Department of National Defense hinggil dito?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, Your Honor, for that question. As a background for that, on September 9, the Court of Appeals released a resolution granting the petition of Magbanwa and Huat's families to issue a writ of amparo in favor of the missing unionists. The writ of amparo grants the petitioners a permanent protection order. The respondents named in the petition filed by the trade union leaders' relatives were Armed Forces of the Philippines or the Chief of Staff of the AFP, Lieutenant General Bartolome Vicente Bacaro, retired generals, and that's me, Your Honor, Jose Faustino Jr. and Ricardo De Leon of, I think he's with NICA right now, and Philippine Army Commanding General Lieutenant General Romeo Browner. Army Acting Chief of Staff, Major General Roy Galido, AFPD Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Major General Manuel, and Deputy Chief for Civil Military Operations, Brigadier General Nolasco Mirpin, were also named in the petition. Madam, Your Honor, the Defense Department and its bureaus are duty-bound to abide by the nation's laws and respect human rights. We believe in our judicial processes and that they must be allowed to run their course. As such, we shall comply with the order of the Court of Appeals to ascertain the truth behind the disappearance of the missing activists. The Department is committed to its mandate of protecting our people. Thus, the DND issued a directive to the Armed Forces of the Philippines to comply with the Court of Appeals issuance of a privilege of the writ of amparo. The AFP shall thus direct its units and coordinate with the appropriate law enforcement authorities in compliance with the order of the court and determine the circumstances of the matter at hand. Thank you, Madam, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The military has to submit a report to the CA within 6 months. So, kanina po ang tanong ko ay ano na ang ginagawa ng military in compliance dito? Ang sinabi niyo po sa akin, directives ang binigay ninyo. What exactly did you do, Madam Chair, dito sa usapin na ito? Ano po yung konkreto?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you again for that question. Right now, the Armed Forces of the Philippines is, as represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff right now, the investigation is ongoing, Madam Chair. If I may be allowed to give the floor to the AFP, since they're the ones, we already issued the directive for them to conduct an investigation. Madam Chair.
May we ask the person in charge to answer the question?
Yes, ma'am. For the information of the body, we just received the Court of Appeals resolution last 12 September. And we issued, the Department of National Defense issued a directive to the Armed Forces of the Philippines to comply with the Court of Appeals issuance of a privilege of right of amparo. Thus, we issued that 13th of September, ma'am. With the immediate action. We required the Armed Forces of the Philippines to come up with an immediate action. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, so ibig sabihin wala pa po. Kasi ang directive ng CA ay speedy probe. Dahil every day, no, kada isang araw ay napaka-importante para po sa mga pamilya nung nawawala. And you're saying na September 12 po, ninyo natanggap, how many days na mula noon? At wala pa po kayong ginagawa. Sino-sino yung nagpo-probe? Anong investigation team? Ano na po yung ginawa noon? O kahit man lang magbukas ng ilang kampo para po mahanap kung nasaan exactly, no? Kasi yun po yung directive sa inyo speedy probe. Kaya actually, nag-deadline ng 6 months So, a few days after po matanggap ng CA, directive pa rin lang ang naibigay ninyo, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
if I may answer, may we allow the armed forces, because the directive was given and there was already initial investigations being conducted by the armed forces of the Philippines.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned by the Senior Undersecretary, a directive has been given to the armed forces. Even before the Court of Appeals directive, the armed forces have been continuously conducting its own inquiry and at the same time coordination with the other government agencies like the Philippine National Police on the whereabouts of these individuals. Rest assured to this august body that your armed forces is doing its best to locate and the whereabouts of these personalities. We are also interested on where they are and their welfare. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, siguro po kukunin ko na lang yung commitment no, ng Department of National Defense na sabihin nila na kung kailan, kahit papano, magkaroon ng initial report dito sa kaso na ito ng enforced disappearance. Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, we will comply with the, Madam Chair, with the requirement of the Honorable Arlene de Brosses.
Madam Chair, how long do you see yung kahit initial report po na malaman natin? Ang formation po ba ay task force? PNP with AFP? Ano po ang ginawa ninyo?
We have already actually mentioned this and given directives to our units on this matter, Madam Chair. As to the exact time, sad to say because we are also following a process and the Armed Forces is a big organization and we are also coordinating with the other agencies. But rest assured, we are onto this and as soon as we have ample information from our units, we will inform the department accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mukhang hindi pa po ako makakuha ng commitment. But anyway, Madam Chair, baka sana sa plenaryo po ay mabigyan nyo na ako ng any updates after this para po makonsulta kung sino yung mga tao no, na nag-iimbestiga. Kung nasa preliminary investigation, sino-sino po yung nandyan na nag-iimbestiga and every detail po sana makuha namin. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my next question is on the joint military exercises po. In March 2022, the Philippines and US held the biggest joint military exercises in 7 years. Meron pong 9,000 troops sa annual Balikatan exercises. Magkano po yung ginastos ng gobyerno natin sa joint military exercises with US?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. Will you allow us, ma'am, to get the figures? Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. While waiting for Madam Chair, we're waiting for the figures. We conduct Balikatan every year as under the ambit of the Mutual Defense Treaty and as being implemented by the Mutual Defense Board and Security Engagement Board. For the past year, because of COVID, medyo nalimit po yung participation natin dito. But we had a big exercise this year. We're just getting the numbers of the amount of that we have spent here. But most of the movements, particularly ng mga US forces, hindi po natin ginagastosan yan. Meron po silang counterpart money for that. Yung sa atin po is yung participation ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines, who are the units who are involved in these Balikatan exercises.
Madam Chair, let me go on with my next question habang hinihintay natin.
Yes,
yan.
ma'am.
Madam Chair, ang tanong ko po next ay, itong 2023 naglaan ulit tayo. Magkano yung budget natin na ni-request for Balikatan exercises?
Yes, ma'am, we will get the figure. Madam Chair, we will get the figure for that. Madam Chair, if I may, for 2022, for this year, the Balikatan budget was 47 million. 47 million po ang ginastos ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines. And this involves only the units ng Armed Forces of the Philippines because I said earlier, our counterparts have their own budget for that. The participation of the Armed Forces of the Philippines cost us 47 million. For this year, we have, for next year, 2023, we have allotted 48.4 million, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, meron ba tayong breakdown ng mga amounts na ito kung saan napunta?
Yes, ma'am, we have a breakdown for this, but if we be allowed to submit it, we are more than willing to provide the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas with the Honorable Body with the figures.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Last question na lang po. Under sa Horizon 3 ng AFP Modernization Program, ano po yung mga proyekto na nandito at alin po yung inaprubahan ng Pangulo particular?
May I, Madam Chair, again, turn the floor over to the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Purvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for that question. The revised AFP modernization program, as mentioned, that we have 3 horizons. The Horizon 3 will formally start on 2023 for the next 5 to 6 years. Now, the revised modernization program envisioned for Horizon 1 is to enhance the internal security capability of the armed forces and to have address a minimum credible posture for the West Philippine Sea. For Horizon 2 is to continue to have a credible defense posture in the West Philippine Sea and to complete the internal security posture or capability. For Horizon 3 is to have a credible defense posture for the territorial, to the whole sovereignty of the country, Madam Chair. So these are the objectives of the Horizon 3 of the modernization program. As to the specific projects, may I inform this august body that with the new administration, especially by the Department of National Defense, a mandatory review was, we were directed to conduct a mandatory review on the remaining projects for Horizon 2 and to review the Horizon 3 project. So this is still a work in progress, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ang tanong ko po ay alin yung mga inaprubahan ng Pangulo? Kasi kung maaalala po natin, 300 billion, 2018 to 2022, yung Horizon 2. Ang acquisition po dyan, multiple launch rocket systems, light tanks, armored recovery vehicles, multi-role fighter aircraft, jets, tsaka submarines. Ngayon po, ang tinatanong ko lang po, ano yung mga i-acquire ngayon at ano yung inaprubahan ng Pangulo? Kasi Madam Chair, sinasabi ng DND na well, yung nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea, yung agresyon ng West Philippine Sea, isa yon sa mga gustong tugunan. Pero nitong Hulyo lamang, may namataang mga Chinese militia vessels sa WPS. Ngayon, gusto po nating malaman, bakit tayo maglalaan ng magkano? 45 billion again for the AFP modernization para protektahan yung WPS, pero nakakapasok pa rin yung mga Chinese military vessels. Yun lang, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The game-changing assets acquired through the revised Armed Forces of the Philippines Modernization Program are used for multiple functions. Major assets were acquired by the previous administration to project a credible defense posture. Critically, these assets are multifunctional and can be used for territorial defense, counter-insurgency, humanitarian assistance and disaster response. And this underscores that we are building a sustainable capability portfolio that has value for money and is responsive for the widest possible gamut of threats. At the height of the country's COVID-19 pandemic, our assets in the AFP were utilized to bring much-needed medical supplies, vaccines, and other relief items to various parts of the country, especially in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. So, ma'am, for Horizon 3, the priority projects under the third horizon are subject to budgetary considerations and approval of the President. So hindi pa, ma'am, ito, wala pang na-approval na project for Horizon 3. In summary, the program capabilities for Horizon 3, the AFP aims to establish a credible defense posture through the complete acquisition of capabilities for territorial defense. This horizon will commence next year, and we are hopeful for the support of Congress in funding the projects that will augment our capabilities to patrol and protect our maritime and air domain, especially in our strategic border areas. Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, wala pang inaaprubahan ang Pangulo.
The Chair respectfully reminds Representative Process that your time has expired.
Yes,
Please
Madam
wrap up.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, that's my last question na po doon sa ano. Wala pang inaaprubahan ng Pangulo.
Wala pa po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Process. I now recognize Representative Horacio Swansing for his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I would like to focus on the 10-point agenda by DND under President Marcos' administration. Why is it that this 10-point agenda is necessary, Madam Chair?
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor, for that question. The 10-point agenda is to clarify the department's future direction and policy for the current administration. We will look into these points in steering the department amidst the complex security environment. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. In one of the 10-point agenda, DND will support the initiative of NTF LCAC. Can you expound on this, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. We have proven that the National Task Force, or our efforts of the National Task Force to end local communist armed conflict, has been the game changer. And these are the data that support. Since the implementation, sir, of NTF LCAC 2019 to present, the following are the significant accomplishments of the Armed Forces of the Philippines as the head agency of the Pledge Cluster and, of course, the Department of National Defense. We have cleared communist terrorist groups, controlled barangays. We have redirected sectoral front organizations. We have neutralized CTG personalities, and we have accounted several firearms, and we have recovered a big number of anti-personnel mines, and more importantly, we were able to dismantle this time around 60 guerrilla fronts. So the Department of National Defense will continue, sir, to support, Madam Chair, this National Task Force LCAC, because we consider this as the game changer. In only 3 years of implementation, we were able to see the downtrends in all the parameters of the communist terrorist groups, downtrend in all the parameters, and we are now continuing this program, and the DND will support this program. As I mentioned, this is a game changer, and we see that we are now approaching the irreversible trend for the other side to recover, and for them to create. I can say that we have lessened the threat of the communist terrorist groups at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the DND's DND 10-point agenda is the advocacy and the strengthening the reserve force through the revival of ROTC. There are concerns that through the revival of ROTC might lead to the recruitment of children into armed groups, which may be in violation of the UN Optional Protocol on the involvement of children in armed conflict. May I know your reaction, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, yes, Your Honor. Thank you for that question. The department is currently working with other agencies to come up with a comprehensive recommendation to the legislators to bringing ROTC back in the school curriculum. There is a comprehensive discussion in which the President gave his support for the promulgation of the law with necessary provisions that are beneficial for the country, and the Department of National Defense, particularly the Armed Forces of the Philippines, should prepare for in anticipation of that law. The proposed new ROTC program will engage our youth, providing them with relevant skills and knowledge necessary in our current situation. Through this program, we aim to develop a well-informed, well-equipped citizenry inculcated with the values of patriotism and discipline. The Department of National Defense will likewise ensure that safeguards and strict accountability measures will be in place to prevent the repeat of the unfortunate circumstances that led to the abolition of our ROTC program many years ago. Likewise, in the instrument of ratification for the optional protocol to the Convention of the Rights of the Child in the involvement of children in armed conflict, which the Philippines is signatory to, we declared that while the minimum age for voluntary recruitment into the AFP is 18 years old, students, cadets, trainees can be below 18 years old for purposes of training. That is why the age of cadets under the old ROTC system was never questioned, nor was the minimum age for entry at the Philippine Military Academy, which was pegged at 17 years old. Lastly, we have to emphasize the ROTC cadets are not conscripted into the military and expected to fight wars during their 2-year training. While some cadets may opt to join the regular force after they finish their voluntary advanced ROTC in college, mandatory ROTC will not automatically make our grades 11 and 12 students part of the armed forces of the Philippines. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the program of DND is the TCAS program, together with the DPWH. May I know, Madam Chair, what is the accomplishment of the TCAS program of DND as of this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. TCAS program, or the Tatag ng Infrastruktura para sa Kapayapaan at Seguridad, TCAS, enhances the AFP's facilities readiness. Aside from improving the AFP's inventory and strengthening our presence in our strategic border areas, the Department of National Defense pursues the improvement of the AFP's facilities across the country. The convergence program between the DND and the Department of Public Highways was conceptualized by former President Duterte to improve the landscape of military facilities. It was signed on 2018, and the program has a total of 566 projects, Your Honor, approved for 2019-2022 with a total budget of 15 billion pesos. As of 9 September 2022, latest po ito, 289 TCAS projects were completed, while the rest of the 277 projects are ongoing in various stages of implementation and negotiations. Notable TCAS projects that were completed are barracks, living quarters and water systems, road networks, parking bay and drainage systems, perimeter fences, runways, hangars, and littoral monitoring stations, military medical facilities, administrative buildings and multipurpose infrastructure, parade grounds, grandstands, gun ranges, and more. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question is about the West Philippine Sea
Yes, sir.
and the Kalayaan Islands. On the Horizon 3, what is your strategic defense or strategy on these islands and the West Philippine Sea?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. The Department of National Defense shall sustain its efforts to improve its capabilities on territorial defense, promote the adherence to international law and rule of law, strengthen defense cooperation, and secure the sovereignty and sovereign rights of the country. The Department of National Defense continually provides policy guidance on defense operations that deter, interdict, and engage external threats to our national territory and sovereignty, as well as sovereign rights. Territorial defense efforts of the Armed Forces of the Philippines converge in the strategic areas such as Batanes in the north, the West Philippine Sea, and specifically in the islands of the municipality of Kalayaan in the western seaboard, Sulu, and shared borders with Malaysia and Indonesia in the south, and the Philippine Rise in the eastern approach. We shall heighten our cooperation with state and non-state partners to improve domain awareness and maritime security, as well as pursue engagements in the international arena to advance our interests on defense and security. Our priority, Your Honor, Madam Chair, our priority on territorial integrity covered the prerequisites in developing a more robust and more effective armed forces of the Philippines, which include platforms and material that will capacitate the armed forces of the Philippines to defend effectively and maintain the country's sovereignty, as well as people's welfare during disasters and hazards, and also to undertake efficient surveillance activities and defeat the communist terrorist groups and extremist terrorists or extremist groups, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My last question is about the modernization plans of the DND. Is the helicopter ambulance included in one of your equipment purchases?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. If I may be allowed to call on our Chief of the Philippine Air Force, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Congressman, sir. The Philippine Air Force has a search and rescue helicopter lined up for probable inclusion in the Horizon 3 list. This can be configured as an air ambulance that could cater and enhance the search and rescue capability of the Philippine Air Force, sir. It is included, sir. Yes, sir.
I ask this question, Madam Chair, because it have come to my knowledge that a lot of our wounded soldiers in the field perish because of they were not given the first aid or medical aid, and due to the distance between the hospitals and the battlefield. So I was informed that one of the requests was for the helicopter ambulance, especially for the Philippine Army, who have a lot of encounters in the field. May I solicit, Madam Chair, the reaction of the Commanding General of the Philippine Army?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor. It is true that there are instances when our soldiers perish because of the lack of platforms that would bring them immediately to a treatment facility such as hospitals. So one of the solutions that we came up is the development of air ambulances for the Army Aviation Regiment, Your Honor. And right now, we have one air ambulance at the Army Aviation Regiment, and we are trying to add more of these assets. We have included a helicopter in our proposal for the budget of 2023, Your Honor, but this was slashed out of Tier 2. And so we are respectfully requesting again that this be included, Your Honor, in the budget of the Philippine Army for fiscal year 2023. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for now.
Thank you very much, Representative Swansing. As a follow-up question, the Minority Floor Leader, Marcelino Libanan, would like to ask a
Thank you,
question.
Madam Chair. I heard the interpellation of Congressman Swansing. Gusto ko pong magtanong kasi marami ho akong napapansin. We're talking about AFP modernization. Pero noong una, may mga namamatay tayong mga officials, mga generals, ang sinasabi namamatay dahil sa crash sa helicopters, dahil UV, mga lumang helicopters. Pero ngayon, napapansin din po natin, may Black Hawk helicopters tayo at may napapansin din po tayong nag-crash at pumapatay na rin sa ating mga generals at mga officials. Kailan ba yung last na nag-crash ang ating helicopter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. May I request that Commanding General Philippine Air Force to please take the floor.
Madam Chair, it is really unfortunate that last year there were a series of unfortunate incidents involving our helicopters. Mostly are the associated with the various factors contributing to the uneventful incidents. But we have investigated this as accidents, and we have made corresponding actions, both organizational, especially enhancing our safety management system po, sir. So yung mga nag-crash po na helicopter have been, like those who are involved in our inventory, like the UH-1H Delta, these were already decommissioned po, sir. Yung no longer used in the operational tempo of the Philippine Air Force. So we can assure po Congress that the Air Force is looking forward towards a more deliberate and safety operations of our valuable air assets po.
Madam Chair, yung last na nag-crash na Black Hawk helicopter, magkano bang presyo noon?
Ang isang Black Hawk po ay approximately it costs 797 million po, sir.
Mahal. Kaya kailangan expert talaga yung umahawak dito. Marami po kaming naririnig na hindi mechanical, brand new. So malamang pilot error, expertise ng umahawak. Kaya bago mag-plenary, pwede bang bigyan niyo ako ng report sa last 3 na nag-crash nating mga helicopters para at saka yung investigation report kung Bakit? Dahil napakasayang naman po. Nag-allocate tayo ng napakamahal na mga equipments. Pero biglang mag-crash na lang. Napakasayang po. Pwede ba? Pwede bang may bigay mo sa akin yung...
We will provide this August body, Madam Chair. We will do that, sir.
Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader. We would like to recognize now Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma of Zamboanga, Sibugay. Deputy Majority Leader Palma.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. DND family, good morning. First, I just want to bring to your attention, particularly Article 2 of our, Section 3 of the Constitution. And I may be allowed to read, Madam Chair. Civilian authority is at all times supreme over the military. The Armed Forces of the Philippines is the protector of the people and the state. Its goal is to secure the sovereignty of the state and the integrity of the national territory. May I solicit from any of the DND family your reactions to this?
Sir, we fully agree. It's written in the Constitution. Madam Chair, Your Honor, it is written in the Constitution, and one of our mandates is to protect the Constitution, Your Honor.
All right. Supposing, sir, one of your junior officer, active service, will lead a group of soldiers in the name of the Filipino people, and I quote, "The Armed Forces of the Philippines is the protector of the people." He will lead the, say, uprising, kudita, whatever. What's your take?
Sir, I think our internal processes within the Armed Forces of the Philippines is fully in place, and we have our laws and our military justice system to deal with this kind, sir, of transgressions, with this kind of adventurism, if I might call it, and we have had experiences in the past of such kind of actions, and it was dealt with accordingly within the ambit of the military justice system, and of course some administrative cases were filed against them, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, so we expect that the armed forces will follow to the letter as what is embodied in the Constitution.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Your
you
Honor.
very much. On the other hand, we experienced kudita the past few years among and between the military personnel. And what's the reason why?
Sir, we were products, or I mean, like, we experienced those kinds of military adventurism when we were junior officers. I mean, some of us may not be involved, but we've seen it happen. But the prevailing situation then is very far different from the prevailing situation now. The situations then was rife with, I should say, military officers involved in not really, I should say, politically aware of what's happening. And there are some groups trying to influence or trying to recruit. And the sad thing about it is that these groups have political interests, and they see the military as a potent force to put forward their motives and their ambitions. And most of the young officers that were recruited before were these are new graduates. The idealism is very high, and these idealisms were used to the hilt, meaning the idealism of the young officers were used in a different way, in a different manner. And but as I said, sir, the prevailing situations during that time is very different from what we have right now. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So, will you agree to me, Mr. Secretary, that the level of maturity is already on top of this? We are on top of the situation. Excuse me. Meaning, the level of maturity is already there, and we hope that there would be no repetition of what happened during the previous years, of the uprising or the adventurism of some officers, young officers for that matter.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I think we're past that adventurism mindset, Your Honor. The AFP tried so hard in building its reputation right now. Right now, the Philippines, the Armed Forces of the Philippines has one of the highest trust ratings and the approval rating at the moment because of the internal processes that we have implemented, and we continue to implement, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
All right. I leave that, but I want to pursue, but I'll go to the other topic, which is the cause of the insurgency. Ano ba talagang cause ng insurgency, sir? Why is it 50 years when the insurgency was born, and up to now, we are still there? Ano bang cause na hindi natin pwede natin ma-resolve?
Sir, the insurgent lasted for 5 decades. All of us here, many of the active and the retired officers that are in front of you right now all of us experience this insurgency. And for 5 decades, we tried to, using different strategy on how to address insurgency. Now, it was only in the later part or in the mid 2016, 2015 onwards up to now, but particularly with the NTF-LCAC when it was instituted in 2018, late 2018, where we really the government came into the government came to a realization that insurgency really is not, the solution is not military. It is a realization that this problem of insurgency should be solved by the efforts of the whole nation, a whole of nation approach, a whole of government approach. In our experience in solving insurgency, particularly I came from Eastern Mindanao Command in Davao region in particular. The way we solved insurgency, and I'm sure, sir, in your area, because I've seen a very successful campaign in Honorable Palma's area where we have gained a lot of successes when it comes to counterinsurgency. The key really is the participation of the local government units, the local chief executives, and the government agencies, the local and the national government agencies. You see, sir, this collaboration, simple, and we were able to solve the basic issues that are being used to recruit the members of the New People's Army. And right now, with the advent of LCAC, we were able to address these basic issues like farm-to-market roads, like basic utilities, water, light, and developments in the urban in the GIDAS areas. So, sir, really, the game-changing nature of LCAC is to address the basic issues and the basic issues that spurs insurgency. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may. Sir, one or two, anong root cause? If you cannot answer that, then I leave it to
Sir, may I call on...
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. the root cause is there are certain groups that are taking advantage of the presence of social ills that is present in all countries. I'm referring, sir, to social injustice, poverty, ignorance. These are all present, but there are groups who are taking advantage of this and taking advantage, and instead of they are and for so long a time the military is just addressing the military aspect of insurgency, but that's why it prevailed. And as mentioned, now that we have a program, and only in a short period of time we were able to radically reduce their influence. So that is the cause.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'll shift to the before the hottest issue is the procurement. Do you have reforms as far as procurement is concerned? Is the conversion still there, or is it already transparent, or whatever reforms that the Department of National Defense instituted?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that question. May I address the question through the findings of the COA, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, for 4 consecutive years. We were given an unqualified opinion. So that means that's a high rating, Mr. Chair, that the Armed Forces have addressed majority, if not all, of the previous findings that pertains to those as mentioned by Your Honor. Thank you.
So congratulations, DND, no? Because that's you are safeguarding the people's money, and I'm happy to hear that COA is there, unqualified opinion as far as the procurement of the DND is concerned. Anyway, this representation would like to make manifestation, if I may, Madam Chair. I still have 1 minute. I am fully supportive of the budget of the Department of National Defense as well as its attached agency. Rest assured that we will try our best during the plenary to facilitate and probably approve the budget of the Department of National Defense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader Palma. We now recognize from the minority Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List. Is he in Zoom or? Okay. For the meantime, we'd like to recognize from the minority, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat at syempre po sa DND na pinangunahan po ni OIC Yusek Faustino. Unang tanong ko po, i-follow up ko lang po yung tanong ni Kong Arlene kanina, Arlene Brosas, about, tama po ba ang dinig ko doon sa 45 billion na modernization fund po ba ito? Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, it is 40 billion.
40 billion under the GHQ, di ba? 5 billion under the unprogrammed fund.
Yes, ma'am, 5 billion program, Madam Chair.
Yes. Sabi nyo kanina, under review itong budget, inilalang na budget para sa 2023. Bakit under review? Kasi when we are making the NEP, di ba dapat specified na yung mga expenses na gagawin nyo dito sa 45 billion.
Madam Chair, Your Honor. The 40 billion is part of our multi-year contract allocation. We entered into contracts the previous years, and ito pong 40 billion ay part na ng babayaran natin dito sa mga multi-year contract allocations natin na ginawa ng mga nakaraang taon, Madam Chair.
Can you give an example of contract that you were into sa sinasabi niyo sa 40 billion?
Yes, Madam Chair, may I call on the Armed Forces of the Philippines for them to explain, because these are all projects of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Madam Chair, if I may.
If I may, Madam Chair, the 40 billion is will be programmed to continue the payment of the MICA of 12 projects. Example.
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, pwede po ba kayong mag-submit ng report?
Yes,
ng
Madam
mga
Chair.
babayaran na
We will
contract?
be more than willing
Yes.
to submit the details of these 12 projects as program for the 40 billion, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor.
And of course, the 5 billion na unprogrammed. Meron
Yes,
na po ba
Madam
kayong
Chair.
detalye nito? Yung 5 billion unprogrammed fund?
Yes, the 5 billion, we were informed, we will be proposing that this will cover 8 projects, Madam Chair, and we will submit the detailed list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And follow-up question din ito, no, doon sa question ni Congressman Palma about and Congressman Swansing about the NTF-ELCAC. You have said that you are boasting about the, yung performance na ginagawa ng NTF-ELCAC. So ano nga ba yung role ng DND dito sa NTF-ELCAC?
Yes, ma'am. While our sustained focused military operations against the terrorist groups target their armed components, we also support the expanded whole-of-nation approach or the whole-of-nation strategy to finally end the local armed conflicts, strengthened by the non-military approach. The government's counter-insurgency and counter-terrorism campaigns aim to address the root causes of the conflicts and bring government services and economic development to communities. This is possible through the stronger participation of local government units and the delivery of programs by the different government agencies. The department, ma'am, will continue to actively support the NTF-ELCAC. The end of the communist armed conflict will pave way for the end of the communist-driven terrorism that held back national development for years. The DND, the Department of National Defense, leads the law enforcement and development support cluster and the ECLIP and Amnesty Program cluster under the NTF-ELCAC. Together with other partner agencies, ma'am, ang Department of National Defense implements the whole-of-nation approach in addressing the local armed conflict. Through the ECLIP, under the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, the DND fully supports the reintegration of former rebels. Kasama po dito yung former violent extremists and their families with the mainstream society. The DND, through the AFP, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, provides security assistance and collaborates with the lead and partner agencies for the delivery of services to ECLIP beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So sinasabi din kanina ni TOCS AFP Reyes, that you have realized that the root causes of insurgency is, sabi nyo, social injustice. Yung mga ills
Hindi po, ma'am.
na
Sorry.
ginagamit ng mga grupo, ng mga ilang grupo, yung mga social injustice. Magbigay nga kayo ng example nung sinasabi niyong social injustice. Hindi ba a valid reason naman yon na dapat na i-address ng ating gobyerno? Hindi lang doon sa sinasabi niyong insurgency area at maging lahat ng ating mga mamamayan na dapat ay i-address natin yung social injustice. Ano ba yung mga social injustice na tinutukoy mo? Magbigay ka nga ng example. Ano ba to?
Thank you,
Reyes.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Totoo naman po talaga na merong mga, should I say, social ills ang lahat ng bansa. Hindi po tayo excused doon. Ang tanong po kanina ay kung bakit po hanggang ngayon ay napakatagal na ng insurgency natin. Kasi nga po, may mga grupo na nagte-take advantage and looking for the violent overthrow of the government. So ang hindi naman po bawal yung ipaglaban kung ano man po yung social injustice, poverty, o kung ano pa mo pagkukulang. Ito naman po ay ina-address ng gobyerno natin. Kaya lang po lumalaganap kasi may mga grupo na they would like to violently use armed struggle to forward their means at hindi po tayo pumapayag dito. Kaya nga po lumalaganap to. Imbis na po na makipagtulungan na peacefully, na ina-address naman po ng ating gobyerno. Kaya yun po yung sinasabi ko lang po kanina na tinatanong po kung ano yung bakit po napakatagal. Kasi po naman siguro lagi naman po, hindi naman po talaga totally mawawala yung mga, so should I say, this concerns and issues ng ating, ng bawat bansa. Yun lang po. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay, talaga laganap naman yung social injustice, hindi lang sa mga insurgent area na sinasabi nyo na dapat na i-address. At hanggat hindi ito na-address ng gobyerno ay magpapatuloy yan. At yung sinasabi nyong mga grupo, ay ilan na lang ba ito? Ilan na lang ba yung mga insurgents na tinutukoy niyo dito, Madam Chair? Marami pa ba to? Gaano ba karami pa ito?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the current, the latest assessment on the parameters, we have for their manpower, they are based on our assessment that they are still more than 2,000 communist terrorist insurgents, and approximately the same number of firearms. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As regards naman po doon sa military attacks on media or media websites. So last June 2022, using the Anti-Terrorism Act, the National Security Advisor, former Security Advisor Esperon, requested the NTC to block the websites. So noong last year, July 2021, military perpetuated a similar attacks on press freedom, right to freedom of speech, people's right to information. And according to the investigation of Swedish Digital Forensic Group, yung Querim Media Foundation, the cyber attacks on Bulatlat, etc., originated from the computer of the Philippine Army. Okay? So, ano po masasabi dito ng AFP, ng DND?
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Your Honor, may I call on the armed forces? We have investigated. I remember this because I was the Chief of Staff when this came out. But for a more comprehensive report, may I call on the armed forces of the Philippines?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor, I think you're referring to the alleged cyber attack on news sites, if I'm not mistaken. So to give a brief background, the Swedish digital forensic group Quirium reported a series of cyber attacks to two media outlets. So based on the cyber forensics done, and DICT helped us on this, it turned out, based on the forensics investigation, that this was not done by the AFP. So yun po. So kung totoo po na nagkaroon po na, pero po it wasn't us, and we would like to assure this body that the AFP upholds the sovereignty of the country, support the Constitution, and defend its territory against all enemies. And we do not, we abide with the laws. So kung yung allegations po na yon ay hindi po, nangyari po yan, pero hindi po yan sa amin and based on the forensics conducted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So yung investigation, Madam Chair, yung CERT Philippines, o CERT PH, the highest body for cybersecurity-related activities in the Philippines, nag-conduct siya ng investigation. So nag-cooperate po ba kayo doon sa investigation? Dahil sinasabi po dito na hindi nakikipag-cooperate sa investigation yung Philippine Army para mag-forward ang investigation na ito. So, sino ba yung contact person na pwedeng lapitan kaugnay dito sa investigation? Yung sinasabi ninyo kanina na ano? Kasi sinasabi kasi sa report, you're not cooperating.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to cyberspace operations, Madam Chair, the AFP has its own cyber units. But these cyber units are more on defense. We are for the defense of our respective networks. That is the prime, and ito siguro ang pwedeng hingin namin na tulong to the members of Congress na dagdagan pa ang mga batas when it comes to cyber operations so that your AFP can be given additional mandate when it comes to cyber operations. Because right now, ang amin pong cyber units are concentrated on cyber defense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair,
Okay.
the chair respectfully reminds Representative Castro that she has 30 more seconds to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dun sa report natin doon sa NEP, Madam Chair, as regards to the active military personnel budget versus the pension of the AFP retirees and veterans, magkano po ba ito? Yung pasweldo natin sa active at saka yung binabayaran natin sa retirees.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, parang hindi nagtutugma doon sa NEP.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, Your Honor. We'll just get the figures. Madam Chair, for 2023, for pension, we are allocated 70,574,000,000 and 9,000.
Salary of the active.
No, ma'am. This is for pension. For salary of the active, for PS, yan. Yes, ma'am. For regular personal services, sa mga active po ito, kasama na yung mga ano natin dito, ang ating mga kasundaluhan, ating mga civilian employees, civilian human resource. Ito po ay 138 billion 403 million.
Dahil 4 seconds na lang ako, Madam Chair, kuha na lang po pala ako ng report doon sa NTF-LCAC, yung sinasabi ninyong performance and accomplishment from 2019 to 2022, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will provide you with that report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now recognize from the majority Representative Arnan Panaligan from Oriental Mindoro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, and good morning to our distinguished resource persons from the DND and the AFP. A while ago, OIC Undersecretary and retired Chief of Staff General Faustino mentioned that we are targeting to achieve a credible defense posture. And I have also heard pronouncements from the defense establishment that the objective of our modernization program is the attainment of a minimum deterrence posture for our armed forces. What are the characteristics of a minimum deterrence capability? What capabilities must our armed forces possess in order to achieve a credible defense posture or a minimum deterrence capability? And after spending a considerable amount of money for Horizon 1 and Horizon 2 of the modernization program, how near are we from achieving a credible defense posture for our armed forces?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Right now, sir, as we are in a non-conflict situation, the department or the DND is pursuing military diplomacy, constructive engagement, and trust-friendly relations or trust-friendly actions to manage the situations in our borders, particularly the West Philippine Sea. We continue to modernize our assets, develop our facilities, heighten our deployments in the area, enhance our presence. Our non-escalation approach is aimed at preventing accidents and pinaka-importante, sir, miscalculation that could further escalate the tension in the region. When we talk of minimum credible defense or a credible defense when we talk about our territorial and external defense, we talk more of our capability to detect, to identify, and to intercept, and finally, sir, to neutralize itong mga threats na papasok sa atin. When we say detect, we're talking about radars, and we started acquiring these radars that malayo pa lang na monitor na natin, napapasok na natin itong ating mga intruders dito sa atin, sir. And of course, we have the ability to identify them. And right now sa intercept, we're trying to for the past Horizon 1 and 2, we're able to acquire some of our assets that could intercept. Although, sir, hindi pa talaga ito, because we're trying to come up with some more multi-role fighters and our naval assets. We still continue to engage that. Then, of course, to neutralize this, we're talking about land-based missile systems. Itong mga ground-based ang ating air defense systems. And these are the things that we are planning to acquire. And sad as it may seem, the Horizon 2 modernization program, we were only able to accomplish, mag-e-end na siya rito this year, but now the accomplishment rate is around 14%. 14%. So the objective of Horizon 2 aims to develop a minimum credible defense posture, specifically to address the security concerns in the West Philippine Sea. This requires the acquisition of basic capabilities in air defense, as I mentioned kanina, sir, maritime defense, land defense, and joint command and control that will capacitate the major service combat forces to operate in a joint operating environment and execute the AFP Joint Force Operating Concept. So, sir, if you ask me, have we reached the objectives of Horizon 2? No, because of the accomplishment right now, na nandito lang tayo, sir, hovering around 20%. That's why, sir, we requested for a sunset review to really determine of course, we understand the capability of the government to fund these projects, which are big ticket items. And I directed the Armed Forces of the Philippines to come up with a reprioritized Horizon 3 that will really address and at least achieve this minimum credible defense process. As I mentioned, detect, identify, intercept, and neutralize. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
So very unfortunate po. So siguro dapat talaga magkaroon tayo ng catch-up plan po by asking for additional funding that will guide Congress po, yung tungkol sa bagay na yan. Of course, ang ating Philippine Navy should have the capability to detect, intercept, and secure our territorial waters. So yung bang naging previous acquisition ng ating Navy at saka ongoing, like yung frigate, corvette, OPVs, yung ba sapat na para ma-attain natin yung ating capability to secure our territorial waters and exclusive economic zones?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, may I allow the flag officer in command of the Philippine Navy to answer the question?
Your Honors, Mr. Chair, thank you, sir. First of all, sir, we are very happy for the funds that we are provided for the Philippine Navy to acquire new OPVs, corvettes, and frigates. These are assets that have greatly improved our capability to perform our respective functions. But considering, Mr. Chair, the vast waters that we have, it may not be enough to fully guard all our entire archipelago, sir. So, in consonance with the Coast Guard, we are trying to guard as much water as we have, but but it may not be enough, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
So doon po sa 40 billion pesos allotted for next year, ano kaya ang share doon ng Philippine Navy? Meron ba rin new acquisition or payment yon sa mga previous Kasi mahalaga talaga ay bigyan natin ng priority ang ating Navy. Our President said sa kanyang SONA dito na he will not preside over a process that would yield a single square inch of our territory sa ibang bansa. Of course, yung isang kilalang naval strategist, si Alfred Mahan, once said that when a country is divided by the seas into two or more parts, control of the seas is not only important but vitally necessary. So talagang Navy ang dapat bigyan natin ng priority. So ano ang share ng Navy doon sa 40 billion pesos for next year?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, before I give it to the Philippine, if I might be allowed, the initial report I got from the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines is that during their initial review that I directed them to do, out of the budgets, if it remain constant for the next 2 years, pambayad lang po natin itong 40 billion. Yung 25 billion na binigay sa amin, dinagdagan siya ng something like 10 point something billion para mahabol yung multi-year contract obligations natin, Your Honor. So with this trend that is going on right now, we can see new, if we will not change this trend, sir, magkakaroon lang tayo ng bagong insertions, mga bagong equipment. We can only start having new equipment 2 to 3 years from now. Kasi pambayad lang yung mga susunod natin na modernization fund. Sir, Madam Chair, for the Navy.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, for 2023, for our MICA, the national government is committed to pay for 5 Navy projects, specifically the Acero class gunboats, two of which were christened last week, for the Corvette acquisition program, our command and control units, the shore-based anti-ship missile system, and for the offshore patrol vessels, sir, for a total of around 19 billion, Madam Chair, Your Honors.
So, maraming salamat po. Another question, yung status ng multi-role fighter acquisition project ng Air Force. Ito ba ay meron na ring development?
Madam Chair, if we may allow the Chief of Air Force.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the multi-role project acquisition of the Philippine Air Force is a really vital component in our integrated air defense system doctrine, sir. No? So the project is now in the early stages of procurement, sir. We have just perfected developed the provisions for our terms of reference, and it will be subjected for further back deliberations. So it is still an ongoing project, and hopefully, sir, it will be approved, no? Because we are really in dire need, sir, of our need, no, for high-performing assets that can increase our domain awareness, sir, yeah, especially in the West Philippine Sea.
Thank you very much, General. Balikan ko lang yung sa Navy. I know that funding is always a problem para sa atin, at nagtitipid tayo. Kaya lang, ang suggestion ko lang, idea as a layman, na pag tayo ay nag-procure ng arms, vessel, for example, kahit medyo mahal, sana isagad na natin para talagang we can be sure na capable ang ating assets na na-acquire. I'm referring to the two frigates, yung Rizal and Luna. Napansin ko na yun ay frigate ng classification, it's a major warship. Pero yung kanyang missile armament, anti-ship, di ba? 4 lang. As far as I know, ang mga ganyang warship ay laging 8 at least ang anti-ship missiles. Yung 2 quadruple ang tawag. Pero 2 lang. Maybe, nagtitipid. Pero sana, isagad na natin para talaga yung we can be sure of the capability of the assets that we acquire. Tama po ba yun, Admiral, yung aking ganung pananaw?
Madam Chair, may we request the Philippine Navy?
Madam Chair, Your Honors, you're correct, sir. Our frigate may not be as capable as some of the frigates that our neighbor have, but we can assure you, sir, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that the new generation corvettes will be more powerful than our current frigates. It will have, as you mentioned, Your Honor, it will have 4 quadruple launchers. It will have a vertical launch system, surface-to-air missiles. It will have multiple torpedoes and all the necessary weapons and ammunition that is comparable to our maritime neighbor, if not even better.
Sa good news, Admiral, pag ganyan, baka yung corvette reclassify as frigate, At yung frigate ang reclassify as corvette. Anyway, mas expert yan ang Navy. So, yun lang po ang aking tanong, although I have still 1 minute or so. But let me take this opportunity to thank our armed forces, our men and women in uniform for their service to our country. We have encountered a lot of challenges and trials as a country, as a people. Marami po naging crisis tayo. But in our long history, sa panahon ng mga krisis at pagsubok sa ating bansa, the heaviest burden and the greatest sacrifice has always been borne by the men and women who wear the uniform of the armed forces. Kaya I pay tribute to you, and this representation will vote to approve your budget. And sana ay madagdagan pa yung inyong pondo so that we can catch up dun sa deficiency sa Horizon 2 before we go to Horizon 3. So finally, siguro, there is a need to extend yung ating batas tungkol dyan. Final question yon, General.
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, Your Honor. Right now, sir, the law is effective until 2028. Hanggang 2028 pa po, sir. Yung batas, yung itong revised AFP Modernization Program.
So baka kailangan extend kung hindi ma-meet yung funding issues, that will guide Congress.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you very much,
Maraming salamat, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Secretary. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Panaligan. We now recognize from the minority, Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List.
Magandang umaga, Madam Chair. May mga tanong ako sa Department of National Defense given yung pagsuporta nito sa revival ng mandatory ROTC sa ating bansa. Ang isa sa mga binabanggit na dahilan ay para magturo ng disaster risk and reduction management. Kaso nga lang, dito sa Kongreso, for the information of the Department of National Defense, ay merong mga panukalang batas para ituro ang DRRM na hindi nakapaloob sa ROTC program. Would the DND be amenable na gano'n yung maging forma ng pagtuturo natin ng disaster risk and reduction management, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. Yung disaster response, Madam Chair, is only one na component na pwedeng ituro sa ROTC. Marami po itong components. Right now, the OCD, which is under the Department of National Defense, ay patuloy na kasama sa kanyang mandato ang pagtuturo, disaster preparedness and disaster resiliency. As I was mentioning, isa lang po ito sa nakapaloob na maaaring ituro sa ating ROTC. Right now, there is an ongoing discussions between the Department of National Defense and the Department of Education kung ano po ba talaga ang dapat na nakapaloob or paano kung ibabalik man natin itong ROTC, ano yung involvement ng DepEd dito, ano yung involvement ng Department of National Defense. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay. Madam Chair, actually din tayo interested na malaman kung ano ba yung mga pwedeng ituro through the ROTC program na hindi pa kayang ituro ng iba nating mga kaguruan. Kasi actually, I've been reviewing yung iba't ibang mga panukala at minsan sobrang absurd na nung justifications para sa panunumbalik ng programa. Meron pa pagtuturo ng scientific innovation at hindi ko maintindihan na bakit pati yun, health and fitness through the ROTC program, nandyan naman na yung ating mga PE teachers, yung ating mga health teachers para magturo niyan. So ano ba yung kakaiba, ano yung pwedeng maituro na hindi pwedeng ituro ng iba nating mga guro? Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor. As I mentioned earlier, we are now discussing with the Department of Education. We created a working group that will exhaustively tackle what are the requirements or what are the subjects that in the intent that we have to change the program of instructions or the curriculum for the ROTC as compared to the old ROTC. And part of the technical working group or the head of our group that is dealing with the Department of Education is Undersecretary Madriaga. If I may be allowed, Madam Chair, to call on Undersecretary Madriaga.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Representative Manuel. Yung pong curriculum na pinopropose po natin sa bagong ROTC tsaka na pinag-usapan po namin ng DepEd, yung pong para sa grade 11 and 12, ang intention po nito ay bigyan po ng kaalaman ng ating mga kabataan tungkol sa patriotismo, sa pagiging mabuting mamamayan. Hindi po ito yung typical na marcha-marcha po agad o tinatawag nating military-centric. Ang purpose po nitong piniresent namin na program of instruction para po sa grade 12, 11 and 12, ay ito po is yung i-develop po natin yung citizenship ng tao at isa lang po doon yung disaster resilience. Sang-ayon po ako sa sinabi ni Representative Manuel na may mga nagtuturo naman po ng disaster resilience sa ibang mga institution. But palagay po namin mas maganda po na mas marami nagtuturo ng disaster resilience, mas maganda po para sa ating bayan. Mas marami pong bata ang nakakaalam kung ano yung mga uri ng mga sakuna at paano po magre-respond. Mas marami sa kanilang mas nakakaalam, mas makakabuti po sa atin. So, kaya inilagay po natin yon. Inilagay din po natin yung mga subject na drug awareness, traffic rules, adherence sa mga traffic rules, at marami pa po mga bagay na makakatulong sa ating mga kabataan na isang mabuting mamamayan. At ang aspeto lang po ng militar doon po sa pinopropose nating program of instruction ay aspeto lang po ng military history natin na kung saan ang mga kabataan ay lumaban para sa kalayaan ng ating bayan noong panahon ng Hapon at ano pa pong mga panahon ng pangangailangan. At ang highlight po nitong military history aspect na to ay ang mga pagpasyal sa ating mga military historical sites, at ang kakausap po sa kanila ay yung mga veterano natin na lumaban noong panahon na sila ay 17 anyos, 18 anyos, para malaman po ng mga ating kabataan ngayon na sila ay may papel, na malaking papel upang pangalagaan ang ating bayan sa anumang pangangailangan, sa kunaman ba ito o panahon po ng digmaan. So yung ating pinopropose po na program ay hindi po ito military-centric. Ngayon po, pag nasa tertiary level na po sila, kung talagang nandun po yung kanilang masidhing kagustuhan na magsilbi sa ating bayan bilang mga sundalo, ay dito po papasok yung mga training na heavy on military po. At kung gusto po nila magtuloy na maging miyembro o opisyal ng ating sandatang lakas, ay doon na po papasok talaga yung military training po. Pero po sa ating 11 grades 12 and 5, 11 and 12 ay ano lang po ito, citizenship development po ang focus nito. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair and Representative Manuel.
Okay. Madam Chair, maraming nabanggit yung ating guest dito sa Kongreso mula sa DND, pero hindi ako kumbinsido, Madam Chair, hindi pa rin nasasagot yung tanong eh. Kasi kahit yung itong bago ko narinig ngayong araw na ito, pagtuturo ng military history, actually pwede itong ma-integrate sa pagtuturo natin ng kasaysayan. Pero nga sa high school, tinanggal natin yung pagtuturo ng Philippine history na doon natin may papaliwanag sana sa ating mga kabataan ano ba yung ginawa ni na Andres Bonifacio, ni na Jose Rizal, yung mga lumaban, di ba, yung KKK, yung Hukbalahap, Balahap, no, na nagtanggol sa ating bansa mula sa pananakop ng mga dayuhan, pero tinanggal yun sa curriculum. Sa basic education naman dati, I'm sure, naabutan natin yon. Grade 1 to grade 6, may portion ng kasaysayan natin na inaaral natin. Pero ngayon, nilimit na lang to grades 5 and 6, watered down pa yung pagkakaturo. Kaya, Madam Chair, for me, walang bagong ino-offer, no? Kaya tingin ko, iba yung tunay nating motibo dun sa panunumbalik ng mandatory ROTC. Tapos ngayon dahil kaharap na rin naman natin, Madam Chair, mismo yung Department of National Defense, kasi meron ding mga argumento na okay, dahil pagtatanggol natin yung bansa natin mula sa China, edi dapat handa yung mga kabataan daw na makipagyera. Pero, Madam Chair, as we have heard from the DND, yung approach natin ay military diplomacy, no? At paghahanda ng ating defense posture. Kaya yung tanong ko, Madam Chair, once and for all, para malinaw, imminent ba na magkakagera tayo with China in the next years, at least under the term of the current administration?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. As I said kanina, we are in a conflict situation. We do not foresee. Ang sa atin kasi is may gera o wala, kailangan lagi tayong handa eh. Hindi natin pwedeng i-take for, hindi natin we cannot take for granted our security. That's why we are modernizing right now. That's why we are trying to come up with constructive engagements with our neighbors. With like-minded nations and with like-minded allies. These are trust-friendly actions that we do. And we are not discounting any possibility because of the very VUCA, volatile and uncertain and complex and ambiguous environment that we have right now. And given that as a background, hindi natin pwedeng pabayaan ang ating seguridad. Hindi naman sinasabi na ang dito nga sa ating pagbabalik ng ROTC ay gagawin nating hindi naman siguro tamang sabihin, inihahanda natin ang ating mga kabataan para makipagyera. Ang ating layunin dito is to engage yung ating mga kabataan, providing them with relevant skills and knowledge that are necessary in our current situation. The DND, through the Armed Forces of the Philippines, as the implementer, and of course with the help of other agencies like the Department of Education and other agencies, will ensure that safeguards and strict accountability measures will be in place to prevent, as I was mentioning earlier, the repeat of unfortunate circumstances that happened before, kung bakit na-abolish ang ROTC at naging optional siya because of the NSTP law. So that's it. Yun ang tanging gusto naming mangyari dito sa ROTC. And it is not only the Department of National Defense that is pushing it, but there are some our co-departments or co-agencies that are pushing for the return of the ROTC. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. No, Madam Chair, yung delikado kasi dahil doon sa ating sinasabi, kahit nga walang imminent possibility, yung tipo talagang masasabi natin na malaki yung posibilidad, pero dahil doon sa sinasabi nating quote-unquote paghahanda for any prospects, we dare to violate yung pinirmahan ng Pilipinas yung International Convention to Protect the Rights of the Child na dapat walang forced enlistment, no, sa pagiging bahagi ng reserve force ng ating bansa, no. Hindi naman tayo kagaya nung ibang mga bansa na merong mandatory military training dahil technically at war sila, no. Yung Israel ay pinupulbos yung Palestine, no, tapos yung South Korea ay meron pa rin siyang ongoing na conflict with North Korea, kaya hindi applicable yung context nila. Tapos, Madam Chair, I'm curious, hindi pa mababatak yung ating armed forces kung papasok pa sa mga paaralan para magturo?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Your Honor for that question. The answer is no. The armed forces, especially for senior high school level 11, 12, will not teach, but we will cooperate and coordinate with the Department of Education to train their personnel who will be developing our citizens, not just for national defense, but for them to realize at an early age that the youth are partners for national development. And if ever, we will call upon them to support during calamities and disasters. Ang katulad po ng sinabi kanina ni Undersecretary Madriaga, na nakikipagtulungan na po kami ngayon with DepEd and also later on with the Commission on Higher Education para tulungan po ang ating kabataan na i-prepare sila sa kanilang napaka-importanting role na para ibigay dito sa ating inang bayan. At isa pong sisiguraduhin namin along with DepEd and CHED ay yung hindi na po mai-impluwensyahan ng mga ibang grupo yung ating kabataan na mag-concentrate sila sa kanilang pag-aaral at not to be radicalized by other groups to consider armed struggle and to violently overthrow the government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. No, Madam Chair, mabutit inamin din ng Armed Forces of the Philippines na yung pagkukulang ng Commission on Higher Education. Kasi with the current NSTP law, pwedeng-pwede nang immobilize ng ating pamahalaan yung mga nakapagtapos ng NSTP. ROTC man yan, CWTS o LTS. Ibig sabihin, no, magandang makapag-usap yung ating AFP, DND, tsaka yung CHED kasi hindi ginagawa nung CHED yung kanilang trabaho. Tapos kung ipapasa na naman sa ating mga guro, itong burden, ang dami na nga nilang administrative tasks, Madam Chair, na gusto nating ma-relieve mula sa kanila, sila din pala yung ating aasahan para sa ganitong dagdag na academic load na naman. Kaya, Madam Chair, magandang mapag-isipan ito ng maayos ng ating pamahalaan given na hindi matibay yung mga batayan para ibalik yung isang mapang-abusong programa. Yun lamang, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Manuel. We now recognize via Zoom Representative Arnie Teves of Negros Oriental from the majority.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I'd like to address my question to Philippine Army, Madam Chair. Tanong ko lang, meron ba kayong monitoring ng deployment ng mga tauhan niyo?
The Philippine Army, Madam Chair, if you'll be allowed.
Please answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, meron po tayong monitoring ng deployment ng ating personnel and troops nationwide, Your Honor.
Alam niyo ba nung nakaraang eleksyon sa 3rd District ng Negros Oriental, tumulong yung Army sa kalaban ko. Yung kalaban ko kasi nung eleksyon, isang military officer. Tinulungan nila at naipagbarilan pa sila sa isang kandidato ko na mayor sa Basay, Negros Oriental. Alam niyo ba yun?
Your Honor, I do not have personal information on this right now, Your Honor. But if you will give us the details, ay iimbestigahan po natin itong insidente na ito, Your Honor.
Madam Chairman, kaya ako tinanong kung meron silang monitoring, dahil dapat alam nila yon. Ibig sabihin, hindi kayo nagpo-monitor. Kung nagpo-monitor kayo, dapat alam nyo yon. At hindi dapat kailangan manggaling sa akin yung detalye dahil dapat meron kayong saktong pondo, hindi nyo nga nagamit yung pondo nyo. So again, gusto ko malaman ng lahat na nung eleksyon, yung Army, ginamit ng mga kalaban namin para tumulong sa kanila. At tumulong naman yung Army. Saksi doon yung mga pulis. Isa pa, may mga pulis na nakakita nun. Isa pa, bakit ang daming Army nagbabantay dun sa natalong gobernador namin hanggang ngayon? Nung gobernador siya, ang bantay niya siguro mga 12 na Army. Is that allowed by law? Ang alam ko, kami mga congressman, 2 nga lang pwede na security namin. Bakit siya mga 12? Hanggang ngayon, talunan na siya, ang dami pa rin nagbabantay sa bahay niya. At nakita yan talaga ng aking mga mata. Bakit ganon?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. We will investigate this matter, Your Honor. At we will get in touch with the units on the ground, specifically sa area po ninyo, so that we can investigate this matter, Your Honor. Madam Chair.
Ganito, Madam Chairman, no? Yung natin, Philippine Army, Philippine Navy at GHU, merong sobra 6 billion na unused appropriation. Humihingi pa sila ng dagdag. Alam ko, hindi ako pwede mag-move dito to the further budget dahil hindi ako member ng APRO. Pero bilang kasamahan nyo sa Kongreso, Madam Chairman, makikiusap ako na i-defer muna natin yung budget ng DND hanggang masagot itong mga tanong ko na ganon. Dahil, di ba, namang silbi ng pagsasamahan natin dyan kung hindi tayo magtutulungan at kung gagamitin lang pala yung pera ng gobyerno para tumulong sa mga private individuals or ginamit sa politika na dapat non-partisan naman yung army natin. Pwede ba yun, Madam Chairman?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you for that concern. We will take cognizance of the issues raised by the full Congressman, and rest assured that the Department of National Defense will come up with a report on this, and I'm directing the Philippine Army to give us a comprehensive report and investigate the matter, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman, ilang beses ko na to nabanggit at parating sagot lang, we will investigate. Hanggang ngayon, gwardyado pa rin siya ng sobrang daming army. Private individual na nga. Kung ganon, kung lahat tayong politiko nag-request ng ganong kadaming army, di naubos na yung army ng buong Pilipinas para lang magbantay sa atin. Ibig ko sabihin, mali. Again, request ko, Madam Chairman, defer muna natin yung budget. Hindi ito motion dahil hindi naman ako membro, dahil nagagamit nga sa pangsariling kapakanan, no? Hindi para sa pangkalahatan. Next, merong sabi na kanina na hindi military lang yung solusyon para sa insurgency. Yung 6 billion na unused appropriation, dapat ginawa na lang FMR yun, di ba? So, again, meron akong resolution for 1 billion per agricultural district. Sana isa ito sa makuna ng budget para magamit doon. Next, Madam Chairman, meron pala tayong rice subsidy amounting to 1.2 billion. Saan ito pinoprocure? Locally or from foreign sources? Yeah, 1.2 billion.
Madam Chair, may I request the Philippine Army, because it's with them, the rights actually.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the rice allowance is given as cash allowance to our soldiers for the purpose of procuring rice, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman, so sige, pera pala binibigay, hindi pala bigas. So okay lang yon. Again, yun lang talaga concern ko na sana bilang isang kasamahan ng majority, mapagbigyan naman ako na yung concern ko na i-defer muna natin yung budget hanggang ma-solve nila yon. Dahil kung hindi, nagbigay lang tayo ng pera para magamit sa politika at ginagamit ng pagbantay ng private individuals yung pera ng gobyerno, which hindi naman karapat dapat. Sana lang, Madam Chairman, mapagbigyan ko ako, pero kung hindi, magagawa dahil ordinaryong membro lang ako ng Kongreso, hindi ako membro ng AFPO. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Teves.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Representative Teves.
Yeah. Pwede ba mapagbigyan yung request ko?
Upon checking the records, Representative Teves, you are not a member of the Committee on Appropriations. So
I know, that's why it's not a motion, it's a request.
we take note of your request, Representative Teves.
Come again?
We will take note of your request.
Yeah, kaya nga. That's why it's not a motion because I know I'm not a member. Sige lang, basta sinasabi ko lang yung totoong nangyayari sa Pilipinas at para lang alam ng buong bansa na ang pera ng gobyerno ginagamit ng army para tumulong politically sa hindi naman dapat tulungan at hanggang ngayon ginagamit pang bantay ng private individual, which I have evidences. But hindi ko ilalabas dahil dapat alam na yun. Yun lang, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now recognize Representative Khalid de Mapuro of Lanao del Norte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to manifest my support to the budget of the DND and the AFP. I believe that the primary duty of the government is to protect our citizens. Several times when I serve as provincial governor, we get courtesy calls from our armed forces and our PNP PDs. And in a nutshell, ang sinasabi ko sa kanila, gawa mo lang yung trabaho mo. Kung hindi mo kaya yung trabaho mo, ako na lang magtrabaho. Eventually, that's me saying, lack of support to our armed forces of the Philippines, lack of support to the Philippine National Police, inability of the national government to implement and maintain peace and order gives rise to warlordism. So I fully support the budget of the armed forces of the Philippines. And I look forward to a very peaceful and orderly environment under the Bongbong Marcos administration. But I want to place into the record, Madam Chair, my fear for what may be coming after 2025. And my first question is in regards to ISIS. We have neutralized the ISIS in Marawi City, but there are reports in my province in the boundary of Lanao del Norte, Lanao del Sur, that there are movements of small groups. And I am worried that there might be a resurgence of ISIS in our area. So I'd like to ask that to the armed forces of the Philippines. The security situation in regards to terrorists in Mindanao.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, may I request the Armed Forces of the Philippines to address the matter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor, for bringing that up. Not to specifically answer the question, but allow me to address the local terrorist groups in general in the country. The LTGs in the Philippines, we have identified them as Daula Islamiyah and the BIFF. The Daula Islamiyah are composed of the LTGs that pledged to Daesh Central, namely the Abu Sabayah group in in Sulu and Basilan, and Maute group in Lanao provinces, the Magid group in South Cotabato, and the Hassan and Turaife groups in Maguindanao. So right now, the Daesh in general has approximately 3,500 to 4,500 active fighters. And currently, internationally, the Al-Qaeda have a downtrend right now in their because of their problem with their leadership. So as far as we are concerned here, we are very happy to report that for the past several years, we have, should I say, it's not yet over, but we have contained the local terrorist groups. And if I may request for more details, the Commanding General of the Philippine Army to address. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Sir, I have had the privilege of working with the Honorable Dimaporo in the past, especially when I was assigned in Marawi City. And together we worked towards the decimation of this group. However, as you mentioned, sir, there's still a very small group that is operating between the boundaries of Lanao del Sur and Lanao del Norte. Pero talagang maliit na ito, sir. Previously, from a big group of around 1,000 during the Marawi siege, they were down to about 40 to 45 na lang nung nandun ako as brigade commander. Ngayon, sir, when we were able to neutralize their leader in the person of Abu Dar, he was replaced by alias Zakaria, but they do not command a very large group, and they cannot anymore recruit new members. Hindi na sila, sir, nakaka-recruit as they were able to do so in the past because they had the money to recruit members. Ngayon, sir, halos wala na. So the units on the ground are addressing this, sir, this group. And if you recall, nagkaroon tayo ng malaking encounter this year dun sa area ng Munay, but that's on the other side. Nung nag-move sila, sir, dito sa boundaries ng Lanao Norte and Lanao Sur, halos wala na silang suporta na nakukuha. So we are confident that we will be able to address this group that is operating in your area, Your Honor. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, when it comes to terrorists, generally they are explained to me as if like cancer cells. Now, they may be contained, but unless fully neutralized, there's a very chance because of their idealism and ideology may grow again and once again be a threat to our nation. And this is another reason why I fully support the budget and the operations of the armed forces of the Philippines, because I don't want that nightmare, that experience of Marawi siege to ever happen again in the Lanao region. My second concern when it comes to peace and order in Mindanao is in regards to the MILF. When we debated the extension of the Bangsamoro election, one of the questions that I asked Chief Minister Murad, if upon execution of the Bangsamoro election, assuming that the MILF will not be re-elected into parliament, will you consider the peace agreement fulfilled? His answer was a categorical no, because that was promised to us. And we have heard the marching order of our president. There must be a Bangsamoro election come 2025. So that is one of my concerns. It is of utmost priority that we succeed in the, I forgot the neutral term for it, the mobilization of the MILF combatants. So I'd like to know where are we in this point? From what I understand, most of the combatants in Maguindanao have been demobilized, but in the Lanao region, specifically Commander Bravo's company, what is our status?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the Honorable Khalid Maporo mentioned about Commander Bravo. He's my best friend when I was assigned in your area, Your Honor. That's right, sir. I have a direct line, a direct contact with Chairman Murad and all the other members of the Parliament. And based on our discussions and even their pledge to the President that there will be an election in 2025. And all the instrumentalities of the government will have to assist the BARM in order for them to come out with this, the electoral codes, the revenue codes, and all the other compliances within this time frame. As for the decommissioning process, since the ceremonial decommissioning of the Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Force combatants in 2015, 19,345, or at least 48% of the 40,000 former combatants, yielding around 2,175, or at least 36% weapons have been decommissioned. However, some issues have been raised concerning the decommissioning processes, or the decommissioning process, and to include the delay in granting the agreed socio-economic assistance for those who lay down their arms. Some of the decommissioned personnel are not MILF members, and the assertion of some that they are rendering themselves vulnerable to other armed groups. So these are the issues. The MILF explained that they can only decommission MILF-owned weapons and not those that are personally owned by their members, and including those that they borrowed from civilians, so they claim. But in the latest development or updates to this is, since the transition authority has been extended to another 3 years, we have engagements through our armed forces, particularly our units in Western Mindanao Command and the divisions under it, to really participate, or I already gave instructions or orders to our Army units, our armed forces units, to get involved in the decommissioning process. So right now, we are now talking one unit to another unit, meaning one battalion to another base command, and to facilitate and enhance the decommissioning of firearms, because this is a very big issue. The decommissioning will not only about firearms, but it will involve units. We involve base commands to be decommissioned. And that's the target that will start within the year and will enhance it until next year. The armed forces will be heavily involved in this, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the time that the MILF combatants in the province of Lanao del Norte and Lanao del Sur will be fully decommissioned.
Yes.
And we really want them to return to mainstream Filipino society and avail of the benefits of being part of our government. And I'd like to also acknowledge the Mechanized Infantry Brigade in the province of Lanao del Norte, because they've gone out of their way as to make a development plan for MILF communities in the different municipalities of Lanao del Norte and have it approved by the RDC. So hopefully we can find funding for these communities so we can make them peaceful pilot models, peaceful barangays, pilot models on how we can resolve insurgency in the countryside. No? So my last concern is in regards to an issue that was brought up with the DILG budget. And this is maybe because of a misunderstanding in the ceasefire agreement. When the peace agreement was signed, MILF combatants in their main base, mainly in Muna and Tangkal, returned to their respective communities. And after maybe 2, 3 years, 4 years, especially after the Bangsamoro Organic Law was enacted into law, we all of a sudden saw flags declaring camps in Matungao, camps in Tagaluan, camps in Nunungan, camps in Salvador, camps in Tubod. And this is a misinterpretation, because in the MILF side, when there is a camp, there must be prior coordination before the AFP or the PNP can enter the area. But as far as the stand of the AFP in Lanao del Norte is concerned, the local chief executives of Lanao del Norte is concerned, the PNP and apparently even the DILG is concerned, those are not MILF camps. Those are simply MILF communities. We have sent our position to, I think, the joint, body, security body, but there has been no feedback. So we hope that this can be settled, so there will be a clear direction, clear directive to our men on the ground that those communities are not camps and they don't have sanctity of, the ability to prevent our security forces and police forces from entering those barangays and areas when we try to do our duties. So that's my last manifestation. Maybe I can get a reaction from the DND. Thank you for the time to interpolate, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. In our last meeting with OPAP Group, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace Process and Reconciliation, one of the issues that came up was this sprouting of, as mentioned by the Honorable Congressman from Lanao del Norte, the sprouting of MILF and even MNLF communities, which are not allowed according to OPAP. We take the Armed Forces of the Philippines and Department of National Defense implements whatever the agreements that that were agreed upon during the peace process, and we implement this. We will take note of this concern about because we have addressed those that sprouted in Maguindanao. because the issue then, when we were discussing the extension of the transition authority, is these camps that came out in Maguindanao and even the boundary of Davao region, and it was addressed, and we have stern directives to our units not to allow this. And it's good that the good congressman raised this, and we will take cognizance of this, and we will address this, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative De Maporo. We now recognize from the majority Representative Jervel Luistro via Zoom, who is from Batangas. Is Representative Luistro available via Zoom?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can I be heard?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, and good morning to our distinguished colleagues and of course to our guests from the Department of National Defense. For my interpellations, for us to have a clear understanding of the capacity of the AFP to engage in armed conflict or war, may we be enlightened on the current number, size, volume of armed personnel, tanks, firearms and ammunitions, military choppers, military ships, and military trucks. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, thank you, Your Honor. May we request that if we could just submit, because we cannot discuss this some of these are operational matters, and may we request for if we will discuss about operational matters, the numbers, the ammunitions, the armaments, maybe could be done in executive session, or we might submit the requirement of the good congressman. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I understand the predicament of our good speaker, and I respectfully submit to his request that a written response perhaps be submitted instead to the Committee on Appropriations, furnish this representation, Madam Chair. However, the first question is somehow related to the next question, so I hope that our speaker will be able to shed light on this. If I may proceed, Madam Chair, of course, nobody would ever want to engage in an armed conflict or war except perhaps the superpower countries. However, it is an occurrence where consent is not normally solicited. If I may raise this question, Madam Chair, in the scale of 1 to 10, what is our capacity to engage in an armed conflict? Madam Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. If we talk about local threats, we are 100% ready, Your Honor. But first, we have right now, we continuously build up our capabilities. But as I said, and I will emphasize that we are in a non-conflict situation. The department is pursuing, as I said, military diplomacy and constructive engagements. And at the same time, while doing that, we continue to modernize our assets, develop our facilities, and we have, in our non-escalation approach, we continue to engage our other countries with like-minded allies. And we engage them in bilateral and multilateral agreements. And our non-escalation approach is aimed at preventing
Mag-message ka, sabihin mo eh. Nasa iba.
yes, Your Honor, and our non-escalation approach is aimed at preventing non-escalation. Preventing accidents and miscalculation that could further escalate the tensions in the region, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I understand the approach of our DND in as far as military diplomacy and the need to modernize our AFP. I appreciate as well the response about the 100% prepared or capacitated in as far as the local threats are concerned. Nevertheless, as I have said, engaging in war or armed conflict is an occurrence which do not normally solicit our consent. So I wish to be enlightened on the extent of modernization that is necessary for us to achieve the reasonable capacity to address armed conflict outside of our boundaries, our territories, should the same become necessary. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. While we acknowledge the military capabilities of other countries are far more advanced than ours, we are not deterred from defending our national interest and our dignity as a people with all that we have at our disposal. Although we still have a long way to go to achieve our desired level of defense posture, we can now proudly say that the Armed Forces of the Philippines is in a better state now than it was before. So we will defend what is rightfully ours, and we will maintain the peace in the seas. As for our long-standing and multifaceted relationship with other countries with claims in our borders, we maintain cooperation in various areas that are mutually beneficial to our people. We can be cordial and cooperative with our nations, but not to the expense or not at the expense of our sovereignty and sovereign rights. This is why we intend to purchase more assets through the AFP Modernization Program, especially ships and aircrafts, to patrol the West Philippine Sea. We also continue to enhance our facilities and monitoring detachments to enhance our maritime domain awareness. That's why, Your Honor, as I mentioned a while ago, for Horizon number 2, for Horizon 2 of our revised AFP Modernization Program, which is supposed to end this year, we have only accomplished around a little below 20% of the projects that were programmed for Horizon 2. And we will continue to build up. As I said, we have conducted the review already and reprioritize all the other modernization projects for Horizon 3. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Chair, we strongly acknowledge the predicament of our Department of National Defense, and it is really lamenting that in their desired modernization, they are able to accomplish only up to 20% of their target. So if I may just manifest my strongest support to our Department of National Defense, not because we are intending or interested to engage in an armed conflict, because definitely not, but we need to have some sense of security that our DND has the capacity to protect our territory, to protect our citizens. And I wish to appeal to my fellow colleagues of the Committee on Appropriations, if there's still chance to increase the budget of DND, particularly their modernization program, I hope we pay ample attention to this, Madam Chair. If I may proceed to my next question, Madam Chair, on Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, after the hazing incident which resulted to the demise of Darwin Dormitorio, a PMA cadet, how does PMA address now the regulation or prohibition of hazing activities in the Philippine Military Academy?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. We have in our midst right now the former Commandant of Cadets, right immediately after the incident that was being mentioned by the Honorable Congresswoman from Batangas. May we call, if I may be allowed, Madam Chair, to give the floor to General Romeo Browner, the then Commandant of Cadets of the Philippine Military Academy, and now the Commanding General of the Philippine Army.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I have had the privilege of serving the Philippine Military Academy as the Commandant of Cadets immediately after the death of Cadet Dormitorio. And since that time, the Department of National Defense has instituted a lot of reforms within the Philippine Military Academy that led to the total eradication of hazing, Your Honor. Right now, we are proud to announce that there is no more hazing at the Philippine Military Academy. Some of the initiated actions ordered by the Department of National Defense Secretary Lorenzana are the following: the segregation of the barracks or the dormitory of the whole cadet corps, separating the freshmen from the rest of the upperclassmen in the cadet corps, the continuous indoctrination of pertinent laws and regulations such as the anti-hazing law to all cadets, the empowering of the first-class cadets to report their upperclassmen, the empowering of the first-year cadets to report their upperclassmen, as well as giving emphasis on critical thinking as followers in different leadership and followership theories, and the sustained leveling among the personnel handling the cadet corps with emphasis on the honor code and the regulations of the cadet corps, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Representative Luistro, are you still there?
Madam Chair, as a follow-up question, may we be enlightened on the status of the cases filed against the cadets and officials who figured in the incident of Darwin Dormitorio? Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
We also have the former superintendent, newly retired superintendent of the Philippine Military Academy, immediately after that case happened. May we acknowledge, if we may be allowed to call on the NDCP President, General Cartoano.
Please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. When I was still the superintendent before of the Philippine Military Academy, I retired last June. Those involved in the dormitorio case have been presently all the cadets involved in the hazing and maltreatment case of dormitorio are now incarcerated still in ISAP facility. And there are two criminal court cases being heard that was filed in Baguio City. So all the suspects there or the cadets involved are being brought there in Baguio to attend the hearings. And I believe there's ongoing court-martial that's also being faced right now by the cadets involved, ma'am. So up to the present, those cases are still being heard. Again, 2 in Baguio and 1 the General Court Martial. Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, for families who wish to send their children to the Philippine Military Academy, can we have a brief statement of our resource speakers on what assurance can we provide to them that similar incidents will not happen again? In a brief statement, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. The unfortunate incident really shook up the defense establishment, particularly the Philippine Military Academy and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And we have instituted a lot of reforms as a result of this incident. I received a report just lately that the survival of our plebes right now is close to almost 98%. And most of this, and there are 0 hazing cases that were reported for the past year or 2. So we can assure the public, particularly the parents that want to send their children to the Philippine Military Academy, that the Philippine Military Academy remains as the premier military institution, at least in this part of the region. And we can assure that their sons and daughters will be taken care of and will be given the premium education at the Philippine Military Academy. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, we commend our honorable speaker for a strong commitment that he has expressed to the family and their children to be made. For our next concern, the President has pronounced during SONA that we will not let go even an inch of our territory. How do we conduct Navy patrol without triggering China to use force against our Navy personnel? Madam Chair.
The Chair would like to respectfully remind Representative Luistro that your time has expired, but I would like the department to answer to her last question, please.
Madam Chair, if may be allowed to give it to the Philippine Navy.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, all our the Philippine Navy provides the naval assets required by our Unified Command, the Western Command, in order for them to conduct our naval patrols. And in all of their naval patrols, they are given the necessary directives and the necessary policies to follow to ensure that there will be no miscalculations or part. We assure Your Honors, Madam Chair, that whenever we do our patrols, it is in accordance with the accepted policies and in accordance with the Code of Unplanned Encounters at Sea. All of this within the ambit of law and international law and policies, Your Honors, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I have one last parochial concern? 15 seconds, Madam Chair.
Please wrap up, Representative Luistro.
Yes, Madam Chair. If I may proceed, can we be enlightened on the insurgencies that took place in Barangay Bignay and Kalumpit? That is in the municipality of Lubo, Batangas, part of the legislative district of this representation. Madam Chair, that would be my last question.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Madam Chair, yes, I've seen the report about what happened in those parts in Batangas, and we have directed our Southern Luzon Command to address these concerns. Particularly, it happened in the province of Batangas. For a long time, there had been relative peace in this province, and we're looking into the possibilities of the movements of the communist terrorist groups in these areas. And we have already directed our units through the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine Army, and all the other major services, because the Air Force is also in Batangas, to look into it and immediately address if ever there are signs or there are indicators of renewed activities of the CTGs or the communist terrorist groups in the area. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you
Yes,
very
Madam
much.
Chair, may I just request for an update from perhaps the regional command for us to be apprised of the day-to-day situation or development in the insurgencies in Batangas. I'm very much concerned about this because this is one of my hometowns, and this used to be a very peaceful municipality, and we do not want this to become a part or perhaps a center of insurgencies like this. That would be all, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you very much. We now recognize from the majority, Representative Zia Alonto Adjong from Lanao del Sur. Is he here or via Zoom? Okay, we will now proceed to the next one. We now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Antonio Tony Pet Albano from Isabela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, this representation will always support the AFP because I know that I can sleep well at night knowing that the country is in good hands with your heroic efforts in making sure that peace and stability in our country is there. And I do therefore recognize your gallant efforts, especially the people in the field, your soldiers, for making sure that we all sleep at night knowing that you fight all the terrorisms in there. But my question is a little bit parochial because I come from the province of Isabela, where the 5th Infantry Battalion is there, and I always laud the efforts of the battalion, the 5th Infantry Battalion there, knowing that most of the AFP Chief of Staffs and even the Army Chiefs come from being stationed in the 5th Infantry Battalion. My question to the Philippine Army is how much is the budget and have you increased the budget? Because they always ask me about sponsoring a lot of events so that we can create the canteens and the problems that we have in the 5th Infantry Division. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. May we refer to the Commanding General, Philippine Army?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Right now, I do not have the breakdown of the Army budget specifically for the 5th Infantry Division, Your Honor. But let me try to get the specific amounts, details, Your Honor.
While you are doing that, General Browner, and I recognize your gallantry and efforts in improving the 5th Infantry Battalion, may I also ask for expediency's purposes, because I have 4 coastal towns that are really hard to get through. There's no roads that are linking them except for Dinapigi, but my coastal town of Macunacon, Divilacan, and Palanan are hard to reach, and we're still trying to construct the Ilagan to Divilacan road that will open and pave way for us to make sure that there is peace and order there. And if you remember your history, Palanan is the area where binagsakan ng mga madaming illegal firearms that would fight our government and destabilize our country. And therefore, may I ask also if you have increased the budget for the Coast Guards and the detachments that are in those areas so that we can, one, minimize the incursions of a lot of insurgents, second, maintain the peace and order, and make sure also that as custodial representatives to guard our forests, you will also be able to help us manage the cutting of the trees in the largest virgin forest in the Philippines. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you very much for that question, Your Honor. Unfortunately for the budget of the Coast Guard, sir, we don't have any hand on that because the Coast Guard is under the Department of Transportation. For us, it's the Philippine Navy.
Then the Philippine Navy then, I stand corrected, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. The area, the province of Isabela have gained much success when it comes to counterinsurgency. I was assigned in those areas when I was a junior officer and spent a lot of time crossing Sierra Madre. And as compared to the situation before to the situation now, it is, we are happy to see that there were lots of improvements and success when it comes to counterinsurgency operations. As mentioned by the good congressman, the 5th Infantry Division really had a hand on the improvement of the peace and order situation in those areas. The detachments and per my experience when I was still in the service, I was the Chief of the Army and the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The budget that goes to the support that we give to our detachments, to our units, from divisions down the line to the companies and to the lower, to our detachments in those areas are increasing. We have increased it already by a very big percentage. I don't know the exact figure, they're gathering it right now. And if the concern of the good congressman about requests from our units regarding some activities that they request from you, we assure you that those units have been supported by the higher headquarters, and it is within the good, I mean, for the good congressman to just. I'm not saying to deny the request.
Thank you. Just to then submit, Yusek Faustino, Madam Chair, all the queries that I have for exigency, for to expedite this hearing process, because oras na peligro tayo, and we will have our lunch break after my interpolation. But another request that I would like to make is that maybe if you can expand the Philippine Navy in Palanan itself, knowing very well that because of the intrusions in the CSCs, baka yung Malampaya, or rather the Benham Rice, that has full potentials, should be fully guarded. And this is another hot spot if the 9-line becomes 10-lines and include the eastern seaboard of the provinces of Cagayan, Isabela, Quezon, and of course, what is the other province? There is Aurora, that encompasses the huge deposits that the country badly needs in terms of its resources. So may I ask the good DND officials here to come up with a plan to put a real established strong Navy presence in the Eastern Seaboard, because Santa Ana is quite far. It takes 16 hours for them to get to the Palanan alone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will take note or take cognizance of the concerns, particularly the concerns within the eastern seaboard of the far north. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Your Honor, we will consider and we will keep in touch with our Northern Luzon Command to address these issues, particularly the Benham Rice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we have a lunch break right now so that we can feed our armed forces. Baka makayayat sila, hindi ba sila makapaproper salute. I so move, Madam Chair. Diretso na? Wala nang lunch break?
Does the DND family would like to have a lunch break or diretso na lang tayo?
We desire to have it continued, ma'am.
We will continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Sanay sila.
Then I withdraw my motion, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. We now recognize Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab of Davao City.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
First of all, I would like to express my full support to the AFP and DND family, and of course your budget. And not only my support, I am very sure that the leadership of the House of Representatives, headed by Speaker Martin Romualdez, is very much supporting the AFP and the DND. We are lucky to have with us also this morning to give her full support the former Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who is joining us to give her full support also of your budget. Sir, maayong buntag, then I only have one question. May I ask if when was the last time we ever had the mobilization of our reserve force? Full mobilization or partial mobilization? I am asking this question because of recent developments in Europe and, of course, in the West Philippine Sea. May we know, or can you please apprise this committee as to the capability and the readiness of our reserve force? That's my question, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor, Madam Chair. We only have had selective mobilization. This happened during the Typhoon Yolanda and during the Marawi crisis, Your Honor, Madam Chair. We don't have full mobilization. No full mobilization yet, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Just want to express my full support. I think it's identified in one of your trusts, the reserve force development in whatever way. If by legislation, I think we really have to update already our ROTC program, considering that it became optional in the past, and I think it's still in the present. So hopefully, if we could come up with a very good ROTC program at the tertiary level, then it could also help boost the reserve force of the AFP. So yun lang po. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the AFP and DND family.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for...
We now recognize Representative Ernesto Junicio Jr. from Manila.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say, to begin with, that it's an honor and a privilege to be in front of such distinguished gentlemen of the Department of National Defense and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Nais ko na rin pong sabihin kasi yung tatay ko po ay PMAer. Kaya ako po ay lumaki na nakikita ko po ang sakripisyo ng mga sundalo at general natin. Kaya po, asahan niyo po ang buong suporta ng ibang lingkod ninyo sa Department of National Defense na pondo. Kaya ako lang po may kaunting katanungan lang na baka po makatulong sa security ng ating bansa. Yung una po, meron po ba tayong pagdating sa ating mga ammunition, meron po ba tayong pamamaraan ng pagbabantay kung saan po napupunta yung ating mga ammunition para sa ating military?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Madam Chair, the Director of for the Government Arsenal is here. He may be allowed to take the floor. Madam Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. I was formerly, before I retired, I was formerly the commander of the AFP Munitions Control Center, and we have mechanisms to monitor, to safeguard where the ammunitions are going. And in fact, during my term, we had filed several cases of differences of negligence of duty to some soldiers who have not carefully accounted their ammunition. In the government arsenal, Mr. Chairman, we have, Madam Chair, sorry, and Your Honor, we have a mechanism by which we can trace the ammunition that is produced by the government arsenal by way of laser marking, marking the ammunition, which can rarely be seen by the naked eye, but they're embedded in the ammunition that we produce. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good, thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very good system, and I know of this system, Your Honor. But there are some reports given to this humble representation, if I may share it to you, that there are some ammunitions in arsenal that has been circulating in the private sector regarding the ammunition for the Department of National Defense. Sa akin lang po, na alam ko po na ginagawa ng lahat ng DND ang pamamaraan para mabantayan ito. But it is imperative that we know and understand and investigahan further yung mga reports po ng mga nawawala nating ammunition. I'm sure that the DND and the Secretary of National Defense know of these things. It is just a friendly and gentle reminder from this humble representation that we should really take care of this kasi pondo po ng bayan. At the same time, kulang po tayo ng mga kagamitan. Sayang po na kung iiba nating mga ammunition, mapupunta lamang po sa mga hindi katamang tao. Just a reminder. And second question po, Your Honor, ang DND po ba ay gumagamit din ng Zoom katulad po namin dito sa Kongreso?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Your Honor. We use Zoom, but we also use some other platforms when we discuss some serious matters on national security. But for administrative and some other conferences and discussions, the Zoom is very accessible for us.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason for my question is, meron po ba tayong safeguards that we put ng DND sa Zoom? Kasi ito po ay personal na katanungan ko lang at personal na obserbasyon. Marami pong ahensya ng ating gobyerno at gaya po ng sinabi nyo dun sa ibang administrative meetings ng DND, gumagamit po tayo ng Zoom. Is Zoom a safe platform for the record coming from the DND?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you for the question. May I give to our technical experts from the AFP the concern of our good Congressman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor, for that question. The Armed Forces of the Philippines, together with the Department of National Defense, we are taking advantage of current technology to facilitate our meetings and gatherings. And one of them is the use of video teleconferencing technology, and one of them is the Zoom application. And aside from Zoom and the others that we are using, we are taking measures so they are secure to a certain extent. That is why we use them alongside with procedures and policies that we institute to add to that secure app. And as mentioned by the Senior Undersecretary, this is mainly for coordination and administrative purposes, for higher level exchange of information. We use other applications. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
That's a very good answer, Your Honor. But the main question is Zoom a safe platform? I understand that the DND is using other platforms for safer or more secured meetings. Dito lang po sa amin kasi sa Kongreso, Zoom ang mismong ginagamit and ibang ahensya ng ating gobyerno. It is the opinion of this humble representation that we need to secure Zoom if it is used by the different agencies of our government. So yung main katanungan ko po, kung mamarapatin po ninyo, ang Zoom po ba ay safe enough na platform?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. It is a safe platform.
So monitor naman po. There's safeguards and ways that the DND is monitoring Zoom to be a safe platform.
The Zoom platform per se is safe, Madam Chair, Your Honor. aside from that, we also have other safeguards like, for example, the device being used for these applications should also be secure by way of updating it also on the physical security of these devices. So again, the Zoom app software per se is safe, but I would like to qualify that there are other factors also that will contribute to its being safe and more secure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Your Honor, thank you for the answer. Yung sa akin na po, just a reminder, and a gentle reminder, kung may magagawa po ang DND to help secure Zoom, because it's widely used by our government agencies, yun lang po yung sa akin. I know that you're doing your part at DND. I support you 100%. And just a humble suggestion na i-secure po natin kung may magagawa po tayong further ways to secure it. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat. And again, I salute and I support 100%. At kung yung iba ko pong kasamang congressman ay may request na ma-postpone o ma-delay ang budget ng DND, nirespeto ko po yun. Pero it is the opinion of this humble representation na hindi po dapat ma-delay, na hindi po dapat hindi maipasa agad for some reasons ng iba-ibang area lang. We have to remember that the DND is our primary line of defense ng ating bansa. Kaya dapat po maipasa po ito at sinusuportahan po ng inyong mga lingkod ng 100%. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Representative Junicio. The chair has been informed that we should go on a lunch break because the Speaker's office has prepared a lunch for the DND, for the key people of the DND family, and of course for the members of the committee. So we will resume at 1:30 p.m. here again at the plenary. So committee hearing is suspended for a few minutes. Thank you.
Idol, kayo, idol. One of the success, success stories tayo dun. Galing naman, galing. Sana matapos na natin itong problema. Pero nandiyan naman tayo. report lang.
Good afternoon, everyone. The briefing of the Department of National Defense with the Committee on Appropriations is now resumed. We now recognize for the majority Vice Chairman Joseph Jojo Lara of Cagayan. Okay, next, Representative Mark Go of Baguio City, who is in Zoom. Oh, it's all right.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Oh, Kong Go, is it okay? Vice Chairman Lara just arrived, so I'd like to give the floor to Kong Lara, after which Kong Mark Go will be recognized.
That will be okay, Madam Chair. I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Mark. Vice Chairman Joseph Lara of Cagayan is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Naimbag nga aldaw kanya tayo amin ang magandang hapon po sa ating mga Secretary. Anyway po, very short lang na sasabihin ko. Una sa lahat, kunin ko na ang pagkakataon na ito na magpasalamat sa DND family, of course, sa pangunguna ng ating OIC DND Secretary, Jose Faustino Jr., sa pagsisikap sa mahirap na trabaho na pagbabantay para masigurado ang seguridad ng ating bansa at mapanatili ang ating probinsya sa Cagayan sa pagtutulungan ng PNP at ng AFP. At this point lang po, mahal na Chair, Madam Chair, I would just like to request for a private discussion, no? Katulad po ng nabanggit ko kanina kay Secretary. And of course, with heads of your department, no, kung mamarapatin nyo anytime next week. The earliest sana is Monday, possible. No, kasi urgent lang po itong concern ko. Because my concern may be imbued with matters concerning national security, which requires urgent guidance from the DND, sir. No, of course, Madam Chair, again, having said that, of course, I've coordinated with your COS, aming secretary, no? So I hope I could hear confirmation from you soon. So in closing po, Madam Chair, this representation would like to express my full support for the approval of the 2023 budget of the Department of National Defense and all of its attached agencies. Rest assured po, lagi pong nandyan ang suporta ko po sa DND, of course, sa lahat po ng attached agency ninyo, no, lalo-lalo na sa AFP. No, at palaging bukas po ang aking tanggapan para kung anuman din ang ma-extend kong tulong sa inyo. So once again po, yaman, Diyos tiyag ngina po, mabalo sa inyo lahat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we have already set the schedule on Monday for a private meeting with the Congressman. We'll just contact you, sir. It's already set, sir.
Yeah. Ayaman na po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Lara. And thank you also. You have been here since 9 a.m. from the very start up until this time. Thank you very much for your support. We now recognize via Zoom Representative Mark Go of Baguio City.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sa lahat po ng kawani ng DND, lalong-lalo na po ang ating napakahusay na namamahala ngayon sa DND. Isa pong magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Unang-una po gusto ko pong tanungin ang ating secretary kung magkano po yung original na request po ninyo sa budget ng DND for 2023.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, we will get the figures. Madam Chair, Your Honor, we don't have the exact figure, but we are trying to gather our notes. I think as a ballpark figure, Your Honor, it's more or less 628 billion, Your Honor.
Thank you very much po. Kaya ko po inaitanong yan kasi po ang na-approve na budget ninyo na nandito sa NEP is 310 billion 866 million. Dahil po dito sa pagbaba ng inyong budget sa 2023, meron po ba kayong mga programa na nakaplano sana na hindi nyo pwedeng magawa dahil dito sa pagbaba ng inyong budget for 2023, ating pong sponsor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Sa mga nauna pong diskusyon kaninang umaga, ang isa sa aming tinututukan ay ang aming modernization program. Sa nabanggit po natin kanina na ang nakalaan na budget for modernization program is around 40 billion. And sa aming presentasyon kanina, yung 40 billion na modernization budget natin for 2023 ay pambayad po lamang sa ating multi-year contracts, obligations. So, yung nakalinya na po dito, yung ating babayaran sa susunod na budget na ma-approve sa susunod na taon. And kung mananatili po itong trend na ito, sa aming pag-aaral ay sa susunod na 2 hanggang 3 taon ay wala po tayong mabibili na bagong kagamitan dahil itong budget na nakalaan para sa modernization ay pambayad sa ating multi-year obligation. Your Honor. Madam Chair.
Thank you po, Yusek. Yung pong follow-up question ko po dito, kung bibigyan po kayo ng pagkakataon na ma-increase itong budget po ninyo, magkano po ang talagang kailangan nyo na napaka-importante para po yung inyong plano ay magawa po nitong susunod na taon, 2023?
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Sa talaan po na pag-aaral na ginawa ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines, upang ma-jumpstart ang ating Horizon 3 ay nangangailangan po ng 75 billion para po maumpisahan uli ang ating Horizon 3 dahil po ang Horizon 2 ay magtatapos ngayong taon na ito. At kami po ay, nabanggit ko kanina, sa pag-aaral na ginawa ng ating Armed Forces ay nangangailangan po ng mga 75 billion na allocation para sa modernization project. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Maraming po salamat. So ito pong representasyong ito, gusto ko pong tulungan ang DND na mabigyan sila ng additional na 75 billion para po mabigyan ng sagot yung kanilang kakulangan sa na-approve na budget na 310 billion pesos. Madam Chair, yung pong susunod na tanong ko, tungkol po dun sa mga taong dapat po ninyong i-hire, mga ilan pa po ang naka-schedule na i-hire ninyo para po makumpleto na yung kailangan po ninyong mga tao for 2023, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we'll get the data. Maaari po bang ang Armed Forces of the Philippines na siyang nangangailangan ng data na ito ay ma-recognize, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. For the AFP alone po, for this year, we are trying to attain 83% fill up of our desired table of organization. That is, for this year alone, it's 163,650. for next year, we would like to attain 87% of our table of organization. That will, in terms of numbers, that is 170,043. So an increase of from this year na target namin na 163 to 170. So mga, this is 7,000 po na additional na katauhan. Ito po ay para lang sa kasundaluhan. Hindi pa po ito kasama yung aming mga civilian human resource. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you sa ating pong mga taga-DND. Yung pong susunod na tanong ko, dito po sa persyento na nabanggit niyo, only 87% ang pwede niyong i-hire for 2023. Mga ilan po, in terms of peso equivalent, magkano po ang magiging, sabihin na natin, unspent, just in case na 87% lang ang inyo pong ma-hire sa mga kailangan po yung mga tao for 2023?
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Your Honor. For the additional troops, recruitment of additional troops, we need more or less 5.8 billion, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay. Naintindihan ko po. Ngayon, yung pong tanong ko naman tungkol po dito sa retirement at saka other benefits ng ating mga kasundaluhan. Kayo po ba ay sumasangayon sa mga plano na yung mga papasok ng mga kasunduluan natin sa Armed Forces of the Philippines ay magkaroon ng kakaibang retirement plan doon po sa mga nandyan na for the so many years that they've been there at saka yung pong nag-retire na?
Salamat po, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Sa gana po ng Department of National Defense, naintindihan po namin ang burden na sa gobyerno, sa ating kaban ng bayan, ang palaki ng palaki na retirement requirements ng ating mga retirado at ating mga veterano. Alam ko po na meron ng mga panukalang batas upang masolve or upang masolusyonan ang suliranin na ito dahil ayon sa isang pag-aaral o actuarial studies, darating yung time, darating yung panahon na talagang magbo-bloat ng gusto at hindi nakakayanin ng ating gobyerno ang retirement fund ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines at lahat ng within the Department of National Defense. Kami po ay sumasang-ayon sa anumang pagbabago, kung anumang batas ang maisulong upang ma-address po itong kada taon ay palaki ng palaki na retirement or pension projections na ating tinitingnan sa projection po na isang pag-aaral na ginawa natin na pagdumating po ng taong 2030, tayo po ay nangangailangan na, kung ngayon po tayo ay merong pangangailangan na mga 59 billion for next year, by 2030, ang kailanganin po nating halaga ay aabot na po sa almost 75 billion na pangsuporta sa ating pensyon. Kaya kami po ay sumasang-ayon sa anumang pagbabago na makakatulong at maibsan yung suliranin ng ating gobyerno ng pagsuporta po sa ating mga retirees. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chairman. Yung last ko na lang pong question as a follow-up to this question on retirement. Yung po bang pagsang-ayon ninyo, kasama rin po rito yung pag-alis ng indexation sa mga bago nating mga kawani na i-hire po natin? Kasama po ba doon?
Yes. Alam ko po, may Madam Chair, Your Honor, meron pong pag-aaral na ginawa dito at sa pakikipag-usap natin sa ating mga kasundaluhan at sa mga konsultasyon na ating ginawa ay sumasang-ayon po kami dito sa mga bagong entrants. Itong panukala, itong indexation po. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Salamat po. Yun po yung magiging gabay namin sa pagdinig nito pong panukalang batas na yan. At siguro po para lalong maliwanagan ng ating mga kababayan dito, pagdating po ng panahon na kailangan namin ang inyong presensya para magbigay ng inyong opinion sa mga hearing namin tungkol dito ay kami po ay magiging open na kayo ay maimbita namin. So again, Madam Chair, yun lang po ang aking katanungan. As I mentioned earlier, tayo po ay sumusuporta sa budget ng DND at ako'y magpapanukala sa tamang panahon ay dagdag natin yung kanilang kailangan na additional 75 billion pesos in addition to this yung current budget nila na 310 billion pesos. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you very much at magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Representative Mark Go. We now recognize from the majority Representative Raul Buboy Tupas of Iloilo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I start, allow me first to manifest my support for the proposed budget for next year of the DND family, knowing fully well that national defense and national security are vital factors for a stable republic. May I also commend the leadership of the DND, AFP, and other attached agencies for the sterling performance for the past few months and even for the past years. Not only the leadership but as well as the persons on the ground, the troops on the ground who are performing to their level and utmost best while exposing their lives and their limbs. So maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. A while ago, during the presentation of the good secretary, he underscored the 10-point agenda or the 10 major thrusts of the DND family. One of which is the modernization, capability, and capacity development. I would like to focus some of the questions that I would like to raise on management of defense assets, self-reliance defense program posture, as well as disaster risk reduction management, and lastly to the newly enacted Republic Act, which is the 11709. Sir, let me start with the management of defense assets. May I know the status of the government arsenal? Because it goes without saying that that agency or attached agency or bureau of the DND should be able to sustain all the needs of the armed forces, especially on the ammo requirement. And is it producing the required ammo of the AFP? If not, may I know the development plan, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. If I may be allowed to call on our Director of the Government Arsenal, Madam Chair. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, the Honorable Congressman Tupas, good afternoon. To answer your question, we are currently operating with 70-year-old machines that were awarded under the War Reparations Agreement with the country of Japan. And funds from the AFP Modernization program to modernize the arsenal have been coming in trickles. While we understand that the Department of Defense priority is to establish a credible defense posture by acquiring new and modern equipment, we have despite these limitations, been able to address the ammunition requirements of the AFP at about 60 to 70%. Total requirement, I should say, but we were able to address the combat ammunition requirements at 2 basic loads, with the dedication, of course, of our staff and the technical competence of our staff. We are able to meet the targets given to us by the Government Appropriations Act at 40 million rounds a year, but this is not enough to address the requirements of the entire armed forces. However, the real estate that on which the government arsenal lies has been declared a defense industrial estate for defense industrial use, signed by the Honorable Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo when she was the president, declaring it for defense industrial use. And we have been receiving a lot of proposals for collaboration from local and foreign companies to locally produce our needed ammunition, both modern ones and high-tech munitions. As all we need now, sir, is an enabling law that will transform this into a defense economic zone, particularly for the use of the Department of Defense. And this is what we need right now, sir. We may not be having not much funds to modernize the arsenal, but there are other proposals to make us modernize ourselves if we have the enabling law to translate this into the real estate property into a defense economic zone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I am really in favor of improving our local defense industry. However, at this time, at present, foreign military hardwares are tax-free, while our local industries are being taxed. We import not only material or equipments, but also local accessories, such as probably boots, uniforms, and even mess kits. There is a growing sentiment among members of the Committee on National Defense and probably the whole of Congress that we should really prioritize improvement of local defense industry. May we know the stand of the department, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. I think this is one of the priorities also of the President, the self-reliant defense posture. And that's part of my 10-point defense agenda, itong SRDP. As it is right now, that's correct. We are dependent heavily, particularly on, say for example, for the Army, the requirement for ammunition, particularly mortars, artillery shells or pieces, we source it abroad. And there was a time during the Marawi crisis that really we came to a critical level when it comes to this ammunition and these other defense requirements nung kasagsagan po ito ng Marawi. And it made us think that particularly for the government arsenal, because we really have the capability to do it here, to produce our ammunition dito sa ating bansa. Ngayon, sir, right now, it's true that it's cheaper to buy imported ammunition than to produce it here because of the raw materials that we have to buy, which are more expensive. Kasi kung tayong bibili, it is being taxed. So these are the things, and we are happy, sir, that we are leading to that direction, because that is the end point in view that we are looking in the next, particularly in the administration of President Marcos, that by the end of his term, at least we have started this self-reliant defense program, particularly in manufacturing of our ammunition. Dito na po, local ito. Now, in our modernization program, part of part of our negotiations or discussions with other proponents, with the proponents of modernization items, is their willingness to produce or to transfer technology and to produce some of the items that we buy. For example, for the Philippine Navy, we just received our Shaldag class missile boats, no? Yes. Acero class missile boats. We just received 2 a few weeks ago. That was 2 weeks ago. And we have an order of 9. Na-deliver na po yung 2. All the others, dito na po gagawin. May 3 gagawin na dito sa Pilipinas. So these are what we are negotiating. Magkaroon ng local industry dito sa atin. Defense industry. So if we buy from our proponents from other countries, kasama po sa negotiation dito, yung kanilang kagustuhan na magtayo ng kanilang industry dito para naman yung mai-transfer yung technology at mabigyan ng hanap buhay yung ating mga kababayan dito. At the same time, spur the defense industry that we are trying to build locally. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Now po, mag-proceed po ako sa real estate issues dahil we know for a fact na one of the biggest landholders sa Philippines, I think, is ang DND AFP. So if properly managed, it may, to a certain extent, actually, sufficiently support or even resolve yung mga issues and problems natin on modernization as well as the ballooning pension requirements. Do you have any public-private partnership as of now, sir, for the other vast tracts of lands owned by the DND AFP family? And I know may mga issues hindi na pa-perfect ang ownership. Is there any way na makatulong ang Congress po?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. For the information of the body, the Department of National Defense has a military reservation numbering to around 290,000 hectares. So this has a zonal value of more or less 2.7 trillion pesos. So right now, the direction of the department through our bureaus, particularly the Armed Forces of the Philippines, is to go into partnership in developing these military reservations. Right now, sir, we are in the process of perfecting our claims, our ownership in these military reservations. Some of it are contested, and the proliferation of squatting na inaayos naman po natin ito ngayon. We have an ongoing collaboration with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and we seek their help in perfecting our titles and ownership in these military lands, military reservations, Your Honor. Madam
Thank you
Chair.
very much, Secretary. Secretary, I know that when it comes to disaster risk reduction management, it is lodged in the Office of the Civil Defense, which is supervised by DND. Do we know, pwede mo namin malaman, may we be apprised of the strategic direction of OCD, as well as the limitations and possible wish list? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Chair, if may we call on the Administrator of the Civil Defense.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable Raul Tupa, sir. Sir, thank you for this opportunity to, kasi since this morning we are talking of national defense only. So ito naman, we will talk about civil defense. Kasi po, ang civil defense ay palaging kakambal ng national defense. Kasi ang AFP po, ang trabaho nila ay i-defend yung territory natin kung may labanan or kung may internal conflict. labanan yung mga armado na lumalaban sa gobyerno. Kami naman po sa Civil Defense, ang main job namin ay civil protection. From human-induced disasters or lalo na yung mga armed conflict o pati gera kung sakaling mangyari. At saka yung ating natural hazards, lalo na po na every year meron tayong at least 20 na typhoons na tumatama sa ating bansa. Meron din pong paminsan-minsan na earthquake at pinaghahandaan po natin yung malakihan, yung the big one. At saka minsan may active volcano na medyo sumasabog at na maraming naapektuhan na mga communities. Kaya po ang OCD sa ngayon, ang direction po namin ay modernization po ng aming at enhancement ng aming capability. Kasi po marami na pong effort na nangyari sa modernization ng OCD. Katulad po ng meron na po tayong bagong 7-story administration building. Medyo modern na po ang setup nito. At saka we can always call anytime for the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council meeting at anytime. Pwedeng Zoom, pwede po tayong physical. Malaki po ang aming conference room. At marami na po tayong na-establish na logistics hub all over the country, particularly mga warehouses. And then, naka-establish na po tayo ng alternate government command and control center in Fort Magsaysay, Nueva Ecija. At saka meron na rin po tayong alternate government command and control center in Cebu, particularly sa Mactan po. And then, meron na rin po tayong Government Command and Control Center in Butuan City. At meron na po tayong under construction sa Lumbia Airport area, yung dati pong luma natin. So, aside from that po, marami na tayong na-set up na warehouses sa mga strategic areas po para kung halimbawa po na, let's say, malakas yung bagyo or pumutok isang bulkan, maka-cut off yung isang region, meron na po tayong prepositioned, meron na po tayong existing warehouses with prepositioned, mga logistics po. Kagaya po, meron tayo sa Tuguegarao City na warehouse, meron tayo sa Basco, Batanes, meron na din po tayo sa Fort Magsaysay, meron po tayo sa Clark Air Base area, meron din po tayo sa Legazpi, sa Cebu, meron na po tayo sa Allen Samar para kung hindi po makatawid yung logistics from Luzon, naka-preposition na po sa Allen Samar. That's for the latest Samar area. And then meron na po rin tayo sa, of course, Caraga, nabanggit ko na yung sa Butuan, may kasama na rin po yung malaking warehouse doon. And Dinagat Islands po, meron na tayong warehouse and Baguio City. Meron pa po tayo ibang area pero rented lang ho yung warehouse. Isa pong namin ngayon, challenge for 2023, nabawasan po yung aming MOE ng more or less 38 million. But ang kailangan po namin more or less 48 million to maintain these new facilities. Kasama na po yung personnel that will maintain this. And then mga provisions po ng communications and pati yung i-connect na natin yan ng through internet. Kaya nga po isa pang challenge namin ay yung QRF po, yung Quick Response Fund na binibigay sa amin ay ang provision po ay standby fund. Hindi po namin pwedeng gamitin hanggat walang disaster. Ang trigger po pwede na para gamitin namin yung QRF ay kung may disaster na. Kaya nga po ang isang recommend namin sa QRF namin na kung pwede gamitin for response, early recovery, and initiatory and rehabilitation and recovery programs. Kasama no po sana yung pre-positioning of resources and other anticipatory actions for our emergency situation. Kaya nga po parang isa pong i-recommenda namin later on, kung pwedeng, kung lalo na po yung bagyo, may time tayo mag-prepare, kung pwedeng maging trigger namin ay ma-declare yung state of imminent calamity para magamit na po namin yung QRF, para medyo anticipatory action po ang approach natin ngayon. So yun po yung mga gusto namin po i-bring out dito sa committee.
Please wrap up.
Yes, thank you very much, Administrator Ferrer. Due to lack of material time, I will just focus na lang isang tanong on modernization. Pwede natin malaman kung yung current procurement law responsive pa ba sa AFP modernization program? And is there a need for a separate law or GAA provisions that will address these issues?
Madam Chair, thank you, Your Honor. May we request the TDCS to, if they be allowed, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor, for bringing up that question. One, regarding the AFP modernization, I think one was already taken up, which is we are requesting for additional funds. The other one is through Horizon 1 and Horizon 2, and with the enactment of Republic Act 9184, which is the procurement law, we had some challenges, and I think the AFP is already communicating with the department on the probable of a enactment of a Defense Acquisition Act that will address the challenges that the armed forces and the department when it comes to defense and defense acquisition. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and Your Honor.
Thank you very much po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Representative Tupas. I now recognize Representative Drixie May Cardema of the Territorial Youth Party List.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po, Secretary Faustino at sa DND AFP family. Unang-una po, nais ko po sanang kunin ang technical support ng DND at AFP sa panukalang batas ng Duterte Youth Party List dito sa Kongreso. Ang House Bill 4324 or the Act to Outlaw the CPP, NPA, NDF, and all organizations supporting them in their recruitment, operations, and financial transactions. For almost 30 years, na walang anti-subversion law, ang inyong lingkod, Congresswoman Cardema, ang nagbalik po nito. Kaya sana po ay suportahan po ninyo kami ng todo ngayon dito sa panukalang ito. Pangalawa po, sana po tulungan ninyo si Chairman Ronald Cardema ng National Youth Commission sa paglaban sa leftist youth recruitment sa mga paaralan, sa mga komunidad ng bansa at tulungan silang magkaroon ng mga regular activities, workshops, and even firing range experience ang ating youth leaders, SK leaders, ROTC leaders, kasama ang AFP, upang sila ay mapalapit sa ating mga tropa ng gobyerno at ma-orient sa pagdepensa sa ating bansa. Pangatlo po, nais ko po sana magtanong, ano po ang ating ginagawa kapag mayroong mga pagkakataon ng isang reserve officer na isang politika ay nalaman through intelligence report or mas malala through public knowledge ay kumikiling sa CPP, NDA, NDF o ibang kalaban ng Estado?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you. On the 3 points raised by the Honorable Representative Cardema, first, the anti-subversion law. I am aware of this bill. We are aware of this bill, Madam Chair, Your Honor, and we will support by using or we have our legalists, our lawyers, to craft or give advice on the working group that will be organized by if there will be hearings on the matter, Your Honor. On the activities of the youth, we have per our experience when we were commanders in the field, the Youth Leadership Summit that we conduct every now and then as part of educating our youth about patriotism, about threats that they are confronting, is a continuous effort up to this point, Your Honor, Madam Chair. And it reaped benefit as we now see lesser members of the kabataans or the youths being recruited into the armed group of the different threats that we are confronting right now. And lastly, on the last part, the Department of National Defense position on the statement of some reservists or some people regarding the left, the Department of National Defense respects the privilege of some of our government officials, of our politicians and our reservists regarding their points of view on matters, particularly if it was done in a matter of privilege. I spoke to some of our politicians, and they spoke us, to be particular, they spoke as legislators and also not as reservists. The sentiments, although her stated views may run counter, the politicians' views or the government official views may run counter to the sentiments of the majority, we are still in a democratic society. And however, like like some of our politicians and our government officials, we will never tolerate any form of violence and terrorism that seek to undermine the Republic and harm the Filipino way of life. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At panghuli po, ito po nakikita kong problema na ngayon lang mababanggit sa Kongreso. Ang pinakaayaw ko po kasi makita ay ang ating mga tropa ng gobyerno na sinasakripisyo nila yung oras nila, malayo sa pamilya nila, sinasakripisyo ang inyong buhay para sa bansa. Tapos, kailangan nyo magbigay ng galang sa mga politiko, barangay chairman, mayors, governor sa inyong areas at kailangan humarap sa mga congressmen and senador. Tapos ang iba pala sa kanila, kaalyado ng CPP-NPA. Isipin nyo na lamang, government troops kayo, tapos yung ibang government officials na nakaharap nyo, gusto matalo kayo o mamatay kayo. Yan ang ating lalabanan at uubusin sa gobyerno. Tulungan nyo kami na tulungan kayo ma-identify sila lahat isa-isa. Again, full support po ang Duterte Youth Party sa inyo. Turugin at ubusin nyo ang lahat ng mga natitirang CPP, NPA, members sa field at sa loob ng gobyerno. Tutulungan namin kayo. Thank you, DND and Armed Forces of the Philippines. Thank you, Secretary Faustino. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Cardema. I now recognize Representative Zia Alonto Adjong, who was listed earlier as number 6, and I would like to apologize for his
It's okay. My motto in life is to have the lady go first. Ladies first muna. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Madam Chair, before I ask just a quick questions, I'd like to make manifestation first. I'd like to thank the Armed Forces of the Philippines for their active defense of Marawi during the infamous 2017 siege. I see here before us, Madam Chair, heroes, Madam Chair, and also generals and active peace advocates who have been there stationed in the BARM in Ilano del Sur and have been actively participating in the peace process. I see General Ferrer and my brother, Lieutenant General now, Romeo Browner. We sat side by side during the briefing of the Marawi when we update the country in the everyday situation on the ground during the Marawi siege. So thank you. My second manifestation, Madam Chair, I think this committee needs to look at and possibly review Republic Act 9184, the government procurement reform law. I guess one of our resource persons mentioned about the difficulty of the Armed Forces of the Philippines to purchase highly confidential items, equipments needed to establish a strong defense of our country, both domestically and in our borders. And so, Madam Chair, I believe we are based on what we have experienced during the Marawi siege, we are under a third-generation warfare, meaning our enemies have been using technologies, have been using the web-wide site, in order to infiltrate the defenses of a particular country. I believe, Mr. Chair, we should exempt procurement of highly confidential items that may be used by Armed Forces of the Philippines from bidding, so that we would not like to be compromised. When these equipments and these items are compromised, the defenses of our country is compromised, and the protector of our democratic values and lifestyle would also be compromised. So I would like to put into record, Madam Chair, if there is an attempt by this committee or anybody, any member of this committee, I am positively 100% willing to help out in passing the exemption of the purchasing of the highly confidential equipments of our AFP from this procurement from 9184. Now, having said that, Madam Chair, I would like to ask, since we are discussing about the budget, and I am 100% in support of the budget of the AFP, the modernization, and etc. On the issue of self-reliance defense posture po, is it possible, Mr. Chair, that we can also improve on making our government arsenal take part in the economic activity by probably purchasing a locally manufactured protective gears instead of buying from abroad? Would that be possible, Mr. Chair? We would like to know from our defense partners. Because these are very important, the equipments, uniforms, force protection equipments, and Kevlars. I think it would also help us tremendously in terms of creating jobs, helping the local economy. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, thank you very much for that manifestation. To be specific about development of the force protection equipment, this project is aimed to develop force protection equipment, and it's part of our SRDP right now. It's true that the past procurement of force protection equipment, or yes, the FPEs, were all sourced out from abroad during the past. But now we're trying to develop our own. And Madam Chair, if I may call on our Assistant Undersecretary, the OIC, for acquisition to explain further what we want to happen in Republic Act 9184 as related to our SRDP.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. As regards our SRDP program in the early 70s, we have the self-reliant defense posture, and we have some successes then. In fact, for ammunition, the government arsenal was able to produce around 97% of ammunition requirements of the AFP. Even for our mobility, around 44%. If you still remember, you can still see them today, the mini cruisers by Delta Motors, 44% of the requirement of the armed forces. And some other things like communication equipment. This is a product of the SRDP program. Sadly, along the way, this faltered. But right now, it is very high, Your Honor, Madam Chair, in the agenda of the present administration, and also the instruction of the OIC, of SND. in the AFP Modernization program, what we are doing right now is put a component of self-reliance defense posture, meaning as we talk to our proponents, we ask them if they could help us develop our own capability to produce equipment or weapon systems. Of course, we will be very deliberate. Not all systems can be produced here, and there will be, of course, economies of scale. But one important component of that, Your Honor, Madam Chair, are the legislations to enable us to do that. And we are very happy indeed seeing a number of our esteemed legislators filing bills to help us proceed towards our SRDP journey. Maraming salamat po. Right now, we have developed a concept. Yes, Your Honor.
Please continue, sir.
Right now, we have developed our concept plan on how to go about this and eventually an implementing plan. As I mentioned earlier, sir, we are talking to our partners for us to develop our capability to transfer of technology. And third is we are now looking into industry studies, meaning we are looking at local industries wherein we can partner with them. We are even looking at raw materials to support this program, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. And if we are able to do this, this will help a lot your armed forces, but at the same time, it would create new jobs, of course, and would steer the economy, and even prevent our dollar reserves to be going out. So we see a lot of benefits for this, and we hope and pray that we will be able to be supported on this endeavor. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Yeah, you have my 100% support, sir. Madam Chair, last August 25, we heard the President deliver this SONA, and part of his SONA is actually right-sizing of government facilities. And that, to me, as I understood it, correct me if I'm wrong, that would also include budgeting, rationalizing the budget so that it would be utilized effectively and it will serve its end purpose. Now, I believe there are contracts that were entered by the government in terms of procuring defense items from abroad. Do we have an unutilized or a canceled out for some reasons? Maybe because I was also reading a couple of weeks ago. I think that was 2 years ago or last year, that there was a procurement of Russian lift helicopters, no? And I was just wondering if the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine affected the delivery of these equipments to our country. Now, that would also entail probably losing much budget from our end. And if possible, Madam Chair, because my time is already expiring, maybe we can hear from our defense partner on how they would go about unutilized fund, perhaps review that, and so that we can also use it to budget or to use it for rationally, for other programs that they may need to explore. May I hear, Madam Chair, from our defense partner if that can be explored and that is possible, that those contracts that have already been expired, especially those our contract partners that are delinquent and not providing us the equipments that we bought from them, maybe we can also review that contract and then use these funds to finance other programs in order to help the modernization of our AFP. Because that is, to me, the very essence of what President Bongbong Marcos has said during his SONA, right-sizing. No? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. May I also, just one follow-up parochial concern lang po after this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. As regards to the status of the Philippine-Russia helicopter deal, the previous administration deemed it that it was no longer feasible to pursue the project given the major sanctions imposed on Russia that affected its financial transactions. A major challenge for the department was facilitating the transfer of payment to the supplier, and for this project, it took years. It took almost a year to process the advance payment. The status right now, the project has not been officially terminated or canceled. The DND has reconstituted the contract termination and review committee that is currently undertaking appropriate processes as required by RA 9184 in terminating contracts. As a matter of procedure, the Department of National Defense, to its Contract Termination Review Committee, is processing the contract termination pursuant to the terms of reference of the project and in consonance with the guidelines on termination of contract, as I mentioned, under RA 9184. The project to acquire heavy lift or medium lift helicopters is still ongoing. We have to formalize the termination of the contract before we could enter into other negotiations. The budget is there. We just have to comply with the requirements of RA 9184 before we go into another.
Thank you, Secretary Faustino. One, if I may, one follow-up. Just a parochial po, Madam Chair.
Very short, please.
Yes, thank you. I hope Secretary Faustino can work on that expeditiously po, no? So we can, for a this is closer to home, no? This is closer to my next question. The previous administration signed an executive order for the harmonization of land titles in Llano del Sur, particularly in Marawi City. And this is part of the overall overall intention of the past administration to socially heal, no? Social healing ang message, no? Social healing. We just want to know the status of the redistribution, because I believe the executive order citing a specific area under military reservation in Llano del Sur and in Marawi City transferred that to the Department of Agrarian Reform for their harmonization of land titles. I just want to know whether the DND is constantly in communication with DAR as far as the actual releases to the beneficiaries, to the rightful owners, and what is the status now of the redistribution of these lands to the rightful owners, Madam Chair. That's my last query, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. If the CGPA be allowed to answer the manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. If you recall, Your Honor, we started the actual survey of the lands in Marawi City right after the Marawi siege. And we did this together with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, DNR. And right now, the titling of these lots are with the DNR and DAR, Your Honor. So this is being carried out by their legal department. So I really don't know the status as of now, but back then it was the collaboration of the AFP, DND, and DNR that started the ball rolling, so to speak, Your Honor.
Just a quick follow-up po, Madam Chair. Quick follow-up connected to that. This is very important, no? One. May I just request, I don't want to consume much time from my colleagues. May I request, Secretary Faustino, that you provide the office, if I can get hold of the exact location where the portion of the military reservation that is declared to be inalienable and ready for dispensation, ready for release. Just in the map, those locations there. If I may request the good office of the Secretary to provide my office of that particular, because this is very much connected with the rehabilitation of Marawi City. And we started the rehabilitation, ladies and gentlemen, my friends in the defense. So tapusin na po natin. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, and thank you for the responses.
Thank you, Rep. Adjong. Next to be recognized for the majority is Vice Chairman Eric Martinez of Valenzuela City via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Cheds, and to my dear colleagues to the Defense Department. Magandang hapon po. Ang aking pong katanungan ay hindi naman tungkol sa ating mga military capability and other defense capabilities na nabanggit na at napag-usapan na kanina. Kamusta po ang kalagayang pangkalusugan ng ating mga sundalo? And I'm referring sa ating mga ospital na nakapailalim sa DND. Sino po ang pwedeng sumagot?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Isa po sa prioridad sa ilalim ng ating Department of National Defense, kasama po dito yung sa ating 10-point agenda, itong kapakanan ng ating mga kasunduluhan. Sa ilalim po ng Department of National Defense, tayo po ay nangangalaga, hindi lang po sa ating mga kasundaluhan ngayon, kasama na po dito yung ating mga veterano. Ito po yung VMMC, tapos meron po tayo yung ating VLUNA dito sa Metro Manila, at sa lahat po ng ating mga area commands, mga unified commands na located po sa lahat ng sulok ng Pilipinas, ay meron po tayong mga ospital, at kasama po dito sa ating Moral and Welfare Program itong ang pangangalaga sa kalusugan ng ating kasundaluhan. Alam po natin na isang napakalaking kayamanan para hindi lamang sa ating mga kasundaluhan, pati sa lahat ng mamamayan ang kalusugan, dahil ito ay ang nagpapatakbo ng ating organisasyon, particularly sa isang armed forces na katulad ng sa atin. Meron po tayong military treatment facilities spread all over the country. Ito po ay 29 po ang na military treatment facilities kasama yung mga ospital, 29 sa Luzon, 8 sa Visayas, at 9 po sa Mindanao. At ito po ay, ang total po nito ay umaabot sa 46 na military treatment facilities, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Magandang narinig po yan, at sa budget pong ito ba may sapat na pondo po ang mga nasabing military treatment facilities natin?
Kasama po sa budget proposal natin sa kada taon at sa susunod, lalong-lalo na po ngayong sa susunod na taon, ay ang ating mga proposal tungkol sa pagsuporta dito sa ating mga ospital na ito. Kasama na rin po yung pangangalaga sa pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan upang matugunan yung pangangailangan pangkalusugan ng ating mga kasundaluhan, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa susunod ko pong katanungan ay tungkol naman sa issue ng pabahay. Meron po ba tayong numero ngayon base sa ating census ng ating kasundaluhan na may mga sundalo na walang sariling tahanan? At ano po ang programa natin para dito?
Salamat po, Madam Chair, Your Honor. If I may call on the Armed Forces of the Philippines, sila po yung ang mayroong datos dito sa bagay na katanungan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor, for bringing up that question. Now, based on the Armed Forces policy, ever since the Armed Forces, based on its objective, would like to provide military government housing around we are based on our objective, we are to provide 40% of our current complement. However, based on the recent report, we only provide around 14% of our total complement. So this means that this is our challenge, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that much that we would like to provide ample military facilities, especially specifically housing, or what we call on-base housing. We really need more resources for that. We have a system, but it is not enough to address this. So the long list of applicants that we have who would like to prevail of military housing is quite a number. So in order to offset this, we are also conducting programs for our soldiers to have their own housing early on. And that is why we are also, and we are very thankful with other stakeholders, especially in the private sector, who gives gives a very good offer, especially in the form of discounts, for our soldiers to have their own permanent housing or abode, while the armed forces is addressing this lack of military housing facilities. I hope we have addressed your question. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po sa kasagutan. The reason of which nabanggit ko po yan ay nung nakaraang hearing sa departamento natin ng pabahay, ay niraise ko ang issue ng magamit ang mga government idle lots upang iprioridad ang mga guro, pulis, sundalo, lalo't sundalo at mga government employees. Maybe we could look into it na yung maraming lupain ng ating Department of National Defense na pwedeng gamitin bilang high-rise. Ang medyo na pag-usapan sa issue ng pabahay ay high-rise para sa ating mga sundalo. Marami pa po ba tayong idle lots na pwedeng magamit para sa isang high-rise na pabahay para sa ating mga sundalo? Considering sabi niyo po ay napakalaki ng problema sa pabahay ng ating mga kasundaluhan. Take the case of our golf courses. Ilan po ba yung mga golf courses na yan na baka naman pwede nating isakripisyo yung iba for possible high-rise projects?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Sa huling talaan ng isang pag-aaral na ginawa ng ating Inspector General, tayo po ngayon ay may kakulangan na humigit kumulang 53,000 na on-base housing upang mabigyan natin ng karapatang pabahay sa loob ng mga kampo ang ating mga kasundaluhan. Ngayon nga po, gaya na nabanggit kanina ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines, tayo rin po ay nagsusumikap na magkaroon ng collaboration with other government entities that is involved in housing projects para naman po mabigyan natin ng pabahay na pansarili ang ating mga kasundaluhan. Ito yung tinatawag natin na off-base housing. Totoo po, gaya na nabanggit ko kanina, military reservations po natin ay umaabot sa 290,000 hectares ang military reservations. And meron na po tayong, at nabanggit ko kanina, ang zonal value nito ay umaabot sa 2.7 trillion pesos. But ang direksyon na aming tinatahak ay para magkaroon ng joint venture on how to use these idle lands ng ating ang malaking bahagi nitong ating military reservations ay nasasakupan ng aming mga training areas. Meron tayong malaking training area sa Fort Magsaysay. Meron po tayong malaking training area sa Bukidnon, sa Quibaritan. At meron din po tayong malaking training area dito po sa may Hamindan, sa may Visayas. Ito pong mga ito ay hanggat maaari ay gusto naming ma-preserve kasi itong training areas hindi natin pwedeng i-sacrifice. Baka dumating ang panahon na wala na tayong magalawan kung saan tayo magte-train ng ating mga tao. But marami pa rin po kaming mga bakanting lupa na maaring i-joint venture upang matayuan, lalong-lalo na ng joint venture when it comes to para kumita siya at meron naman pong mapagkuhanan ng panggastos, pambili sa modernization or kung sa ano bang bagay na kailangan ng ating defense. And pwede na rin po natin sa joint venture isama ang pabahay of base para sa ating mga kasundaluhan. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Please explore, dear Secretary, the possibilities of our golf courses within the National Capital Region as possible joint ventures in terms of housing and other commercial developments. Veterans Medical Center and the Veterans Golf Course is in the heart of Quezon City. And these are possible potentials for, sabi nyo nga, income, fund generation para sa modernization ng ating military. One thing is it's about golf, medyo, this would be the last question. The possibility of improving Veterans Medical Golf Course, having a night golf, and therefore increasing the capacity of it for fund generation sa Department of National Defense. Please explore that possibility, and babalikan ko na lang po kayo sa plenary dyan sa issue na yan and the ideas that I have bago pagsumalang na po sa plenary ang budget ng ating national defense. Again, let me state my support for the budget of the Department of National Defense and more. Ang ibig ko sabihin, kung madadagdagan pa lalo sa issue ng pabahay at sa issue ng kalusugan ng ating mga sundalo. Dahil naniniwala po tayo na he, every day of his life, day in, day out, nakasalalay ang kinabukasan ng bansang ito at inaalay ang kanyang buhay, ay kailangan kilalanin ng Estado at ng bansa at ng mga kapwa nila Pilipino. Our salute to our soldiers. Yun lamang po, Vice Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Representative Martinez. The Chair now recognizes Vice Chairman Jose Aquino of Agusan del Norte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary. First, I'd like to congratulate our AFP, the whole AFP, for me, it's a job well done. I think especially our 4th Infantry Division. Alam mo na kung anong ibig ko sabihin. No? Good job. 1-2 punch. No? And secondly, Secretary, since matagal na ho yung military reservation, no? In fact, when I first became a congressman in 2007, we had a tree planting in that area. No less than the former speaker, the late Nograles. No, Speaker Nograles was there to join me, no, para alagaan yung ating military reservation. Now, I understand that baka hindi pa rin matuloy, pero sana malagyan ng tropa doon para mabantayan. Baka mapasok ng professional squatters. Sayang talaga. Maganda yung road network na doon compared before, no? It's through the effort of the mayor, our mayor, no? Maganda na yung road network. So sana malagyan ng troops para malagaan, mahirap. By the time na may ilalagay na yung AFP, sakit na sa ulo. And there's still, some questions in regards to yung, alam mo ta, itong mga kapatid natin sa mga IPs claiming that they're own part of it. No? So, habang maaga, sana, bago mapabayaan. to protect also the area, Secretary. No? I think Yusek Gakal, how many times siya nakapunta doon? And also a manifestation that I would really like this representation again, that mag-continue tayo sa ating modernization. Tuwang-tuwa ako, I live near the Navy headquarters. In fact, there are times during the weekends, nag-walking ako dyan sa my cultural center. No? And I'm happy to see our new fast craft made in Israel. No? 2 weeks pa lang. Although I hope General Reyes, sana makapasok ako doon sa kaya mahilig din ako magtingin ng mga ganyan eh. Pero dito lang ako sa karsada tumitingin lately. Natutuwa lang ako. I'm very happy to see that. And I'm happy that our AFP, Air Force, meron na tayong yung mga Sikorsky, and I learned that we have a Black Hawk coming. And itong mga bagong modern natin na mga equipment, I'm sure before makuha natin yan, we send our pilots for training. Di ba? And it takes almost siguro 1 year yan para mag-train. But not only, the important is not only training them sa labas. Time will come that we need to have our own. Hindi tayo dependent. We need to have our own simulator. That's part of the training. Di ba? Hindi naman pwedeng gastos tayo ng gastos. Dapat gumastos tayo para yung training dito. And one of that is, I believe, kasi nakikita ko rin yan sa Cebu Pacific, sa PAL, they have simulators. And I think that should be part. Di ba? Bili tayo ng atin para mas maganda. And also, Secretary, I think we need to add more troops. Malaki yung ng Pilipinas. No? Ako, I am for adding more troops, Secretary. No? Kaya nga, yung mga bundok natin, we need to protect it. Yeah? Yung ibang kasama namin, sana maintindihan nila na kami na sa Mindanao, kailangan namin ng tahimik na buhay. But kung may nanggugulo, walang humahabol. Walang, pag nasa bundok, usually ang mga PNP natin, andito lang yan sa urban. Now, kung nasa bundok ngayon yung sino hahabol doon? Wala naman. Mga tropa na galing sa AFP. And I don't need to elaborate, but I am really very happy with what is happening now with our AFP. No? Sana tuloy natin, and ako po, Secretary, all-out support sa ating modernization. No? Pinakaluyo, kailangan natin to sa ating mga kasamahan dahil hindi natin alam baka sa nangyayari sa labas, baka pati tayo madamay. Baka mabulaga na lang tayo, wala tayong panlaban. Wala tayong pangdepensa. Di ba? Or panablaman lang. So, I hope sana the committee under its chairman, sana ma-spearhead ang support sa modernization. Also, I believe there's,
the chair
also,
respectfully,
yung PADC, Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation. Mag-expire next year ata. We need to look at that. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and mabuhay ang ating AFP.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Aquino. A short response from the department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. We are happy with the developments and with the manifestation of the Honorable Congressman Aquino, and really the 2,000 hectares military reservation in Barangay Mayapay is, we appreciate the concern that we really have to take care of this and put some troops for us to really protect this military reservation. We have had a lot of sad experiences in our military reservations, wherein truly that some squatters are now occupying most of our lands, particularly those in Fort Magsaysay, some in Kibaritan, sir, in Bukidnon. And we would not want this to happen in Barangay, our military reservation, Barangay Mayapay. And I think right now there is an ongoing consultation with the mayor of Butuan to develop the said area. Rest assured, sir, that with your recommendation, the Army, the Philippine Army, will take note of this and immediately act on your request to protect this area. I am now giving the marching order to the Commanding General, Philippine Army. And your request, sir, to visit the headquarters Philippine Navy is granted. That is another marching order to our flag officer and command, the Philippine Navy. You will be their official guest, Your Honor. For the simulators, sir, that's already in the pipeline. We understand that right now we have 14 Black Hawks in our inventory right now. We have 14 Black Hawks. These are new ones. And probably you have seen some of it flying in your provinces, in your area. And the sad thing is we send our pilots to, lately we just sent some in Brunei, right? For their simulators training. But we are now in the acquisition of simulators for Black Hawk is now in the pipeline. That is our priority right now. And we have simulators also for our FA-50s or our jets that I've seen it personally in Basa Air Base. So that's the trend right now, sir. And in our future modernization projects, we now include in our negotiations with our proponents, we include the simulator package in the project. Para kung may dumating, sir, halimbawa barko, may kasama na siyang simulator doon sa kontrata para hindi na tayo ma-problema pa sa trading. And yung sa PADSI, sir, we're addressing it. I just had a meeting with PADSI yesterday. And we have a lot of problems to thresh out, but it's a very viable business or a GOCC. That's worth giving a chance and looking at. That will help our government. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
The Chair now recognizes Representative Rufus Rodriguez of Cagayan de Oro City.
Thank you very much, our Chair or Presiding Officer in today's hearing. And also Chair, Senior Vice Chair of Appropriations, Stella Kimbo, and my colleagues present today. Secretary Jose Faustino Jr. and all the officials of the Department of National Defense. And I would like to recognize those that have a recent interaction, Administrator Mapago, who brought the Julian Montalban Award in Northern Mindanao Medical Center. Thank you, Administrator Mapago. And also General Cartojano, who has allowed me to visit my cadets in the Philippine Military Academy, where I'm going to meet them with the new Superintendent Ruben Tolentino. I'm meeting my 25 cadets from Cagayan de Oro and give them their allowance for the year. Also, I'd like to greet our Deputy Chief of Staff, our Chief of Staff Reyes, I'd like to mention the AFP, and I'd like to recognize the outstanding 4th ID Division Commander, who is now the Philippine Army Chief, General Romeo Browner. So with that, and all the officers. Madam Chair, the Constitution declares that the primary duty of government of the Republic of the Philippines is to protect its national territory. And that is why in the well-ordered sequence of our articles in the Constitution, after the preamble is Article 1, National Territory. Article 2, Declaration of Principles and State Policies, only Article 2. Why? Because in the hierarchy of rights, not economics, not even education, not even social services are the primary rights and primary duty. The duty is therefore to protect under the national territory the sovereignty, sovereign rights and jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines. My question, Madam Chair, will the Department of National Defense with incoming Secretary Faustino Jr. and also our Deputy Chief of Staff, will you strongly assert the Philippine jurisdiction and sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea and the 200 miles exclusive economic zone? As the President has said, he will not preside over a process that will decrease even by 1 square inch of Philippine territory to any foreign power. The answers of the two gentlemen.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, sir. We will defend our territory. The Department of National Defense shall continue to sustain its efforts to improve its capabilities in territorial defense, promote the adherence to international law and rule of law, and strengthen defense cooperation and secure the sovereignty and sovereign rights of the country, Your Honor. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go now to I'd like to acknowledge if is Major General Mamawag here with us? Wilbur, are you around?
Is he? No, sir. He is in the station right now in Cagayan de Oro.
Yeah. All right. So we have to return the clock because that was the answer of our secretary. So one question is that 500 residents, families of Cagayan de Oro is in the area of the 4th Infantry Division. My only request, Secretary, is you will get first a resettlement relocation area before we will be able to transfer them. That's my request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir. We will do that. And before that, sir, I would like to manifest and thank the honorable gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, for his support to the Philippine Military Academy, to his cadets. Allow me, sir, to say, sir, sana all. The good congressman is supporting all his constituents. It's a very big help, and it's a moral-boosting effort that you give to your cadets at the Philippine Military Academy. On the request, sir, yes, sir, we will do that, sir. I'll coordinate with General Browner. He has the jurisdiction of the 4th Infantry Division in Cagayan de Oro as the commanding general of the Philippine Army. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you. My third question is, you are not going to transfer the 4th Infantry Division to another province?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. Right now, sir, it's not being considered unless palayasin po sila ng Cagayan de Oro. But, sir, really, the consideration is, I know there are some quarters in the area that wants to do that. But as long as the services of the 4th Infantry Division are needed in the area, sir, we will abide by the wishes of our constituents and our stakeholders in the area, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can you organize with our chairman a visit to the Pag-asa Island? Let us insist that that is ours. It's within the 200-mile economic zone. When can we go to the Pag-asa Island?
So right now, Pag-asa Island, is, the runway is being constructed. It's around 60% finished. And I was talking to Honorable Alvarez of Palawan, and he expects it to be finished before the end of the year. But right now, we could already land using a small aircraft, probably from Puerto Princesa, and we can transfer using the C212I, which is how many seaters, CGPAR? 12-seater aircraft that could land already in there. And if the honorable members of this committee or this August body is interested, particularly the Defense Committee, we are very willing to go there at the soonest possible time as the committee desires. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Certainly, our presence start with our chairman, Chairman Bobit Tupas, will show to the world that we are really claiming Pag-asa. We have the rights under the Arbitral Tribunal Award in 2016. So thank you. Then my next question is, how can the DND recover the 2.1 billion or 38 million advance to the Russian government for the helicopter 16 Mi-17 helicopters? How can we recover that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for Madam Chair, Your Honor. Right now we have constituted the contract termination committee in order to address this as part of our compliance with to the RA 9184. So, Your Honors, we are exercising due diligence in formalizing the termination of the project's contracts. We are also initiating dialogues, a diplomatic dialogue because it's a government-to-government agreement. We are with the Russian side regarding the arising from the project's cancellation. So right now, sir, admittedly, it will be very, very hard to negotiate when it comes to the amount that was already deposited for that. But as I said, sir, we are looking at all the possible areas diplomatically where we could negotiate for this amount to be recovered. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And finally, your proposed budget was 628 billion. You were only given 310 billion, yes, or a reduction of 318 billion. So, Madam Chair, because of all the correct answers of the Secretary, I move that we approve the entire budget of the DND for 310 billion plus, and this is the most important, the word plus 75 billion for Horizon 3, the modernization. We have to modernize as we keep our territory intact. So move, Madam Chair.
We take note of the motion of the Representative Rodriguez, and we will take it up on a proper time.
Thank you. You see, I just really finished 5 minutes because I follow the rules of Stella Kimbo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Rufus. We now recognize Deputy Majority Leader Marilyn Promesias Agabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I would like to second the motion of Congressman at the proper time. Well, we have waited for a very, very long list of interpolators this afternoon. In my case, Madam Chairman, I just would like to manifest my support to the budget of the DND, to the DND. And I would like also to give my snappy salute to all the members of our uniformed men and women. And, sir, for the information of everyone, isa po ako sa inyo. I am a graduate of MNSA RC41 and CGSC Class 55. I am now the current Brigade Commander of 1601st Red Reserve Infantry Brigade. So, andito lang po ako para sumuporta po sa budget po ninyo. I have some parochial concerns. I have already discussed it with Colonel Obligado and General Halanduni, sir. So, maraming salamat po in behalf of the people of the 6th District of Pangasinan. Kami po sa aming distrito ay nagpapasalamat po sa inyong mga sakripisyo para sa bayan. Alam po namin kung ano po ang nakapusta araw-araw, buhay po ng ating mga sundalo ang nakapusta, alang-alang lang sa kapayapaan ng ating bansa. So, sa ngalan po namin lahat, even in the absence of some of our dear congressmen who are here, we would like to say thank you very much po sa lahat ng sakripisyo niyo sa bayan. Again, suportado ko po ang inyong pondo, gaya po ng sinabi ni Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Full support po kami sa 310 billion at sana nga po, meron pa yung plus no 75. Thank you very much.
We now recognize Vice Chairman Jose Maria Zubiri Jr., if he is around, maybe via Zoom. None. So we now recognize from the majority, Rep. Loreto Acharon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to greet, of course, our senior USEC, Jose Pautino Jr., of course, with special and particular mention to your seatmate, your USEC, Franco Gacal, who is my townmate in General Santos City, and all the other members of the DND family. Mayong hapon sa inyong tanan, magandang hapon sa inyong tanan. I was not around when I think the question of readiness of our naval forces is an issue. You know, I noticed that in your budget briefer, the budget fund allocation is concentrated in the National Capital Region and Region 4A, where your okay. Madam Chair, that should not be counted from my time because if this is parliamentary issue, then I would have objected to the crisscrossing of two of the members of the House who is apparently interrupting my time. No, I was just joking, Congressman Rodriguez. Yeah, anyway, I was saying that since the bat of fund allocation is concentrated in the National Capital Region, I'm talking of the Navy budget, which is 34.7 billion. Would you assure USEC that the same level of promptness in terms of deployment of your naval forces will be done to our people in the South in case of, let's say, God forbids, external incursions through our territorial waters? Because, you know, Mindanao, like my coastal town of General Santos City, is really far from the National Capital Region where your Navy units are anchored or are stationed. Will that make a difference that your units are here and we are there in the South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. The deployment of our forces, particularly the assets of the Philippine Air Force, the Philippine Navy, and the Philippine Army, are spread nationwide, Your Honor. If you will notice, the troop deployment, particularly our land forces, majority of which is in Mindanao. For our naval forces, we have, which is directly under the control of, in the case of Jensen is under Western Mindanao Command, which is based in Zamboanga. But we have, I remember because I was the Eastern Mindanao commander based in Davao City. But part of my naval forces, Eastern Mindanao, is go as far as Palimbang in these coastlines of Sarangani Bay. And we can assure the good gentleman from General Santos that, sir, your Philippine Navy and also our Air Force assets and the Philippine Army assets are equally distributed, and we give premium in what's happening in our internal security situation, particularly in central Mindanao, which is contiguous to General Santos City. And so this includes the deployment of our Philippine Navy and our Philippine Air Force. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senor Yusek. By the way, in the local government units, I think you have heard about the Bantay Dalampasigan. Is that a national program or a locally initiated program? Do you have that as part of your program?
Yes, I've heard of it, Your Honor, Madam Chair. These are initiated by local government units. And the equipment and the manning of this are mostly, per my experience, as I have been assigned particularly in your area, sir, in Jensen before, and my area is covering the towns of Glan, going to until that. Yes, sir. So these are initiatives of the local government units to protect their municipal waters. And this is not only happening in Sarangani province, but it also happens in Zamboanga Peninsula. In Sulu, they have it. In the Basulta provinces, they have it. And it just so happened that this is being supported internally, but it is integrated in our territorial defense system within the municipality and within the province. But, sir, again, as you are correct to say that it is an initiative of the local government unit. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I hope that the good Secretary or USEC will strengthen the effort of this program, because this is good, really. But I think there's no fit in that, because I believe while we are advocating or pursuing this program, it's not really supported well. I hope this is going to be made permanent or institutionalized by the department, because this is helping a lot pursue our program of protecting our strategic maritime interests in that area. Thank you, Yusek. And on the part of the Lone District of General Santos City, I rest assured that we are in full support to your proposed budget, and join the manifestation of the good Congressman Rodriguez that we should be adding funds to what you have been asking, because you need it to be able to fully discharge your function as a defender of our nation or national territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, good Secretary.
Thank you, Rep. Acharon. I now recognize Representative Abet Garcia. Abet Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair Alvarez, Senior Deputy Chair Stella, to our colleagues, to Secretary Faustino and the entire DND family, magandang hapon po. First of all, thank you very much for your service to our country and our people. Alam ko malaki ang sakripisyo nyo para lang masiguro ang seguridad ng ating bayan at mga kababayan. Kaya maraming salamat. Kaya naman at the proper time, Madam Chair, I would like to second the motion of Congressman Rodriguez sa pag-approve ng 310 billion plus 75 billion budget at the proper time, Madam Chair. But even though that's a big amount, alam naman natin na hindi rin po sasapat itong halaga na ito sa dami ng pangangailangan, especially sa modernization. For the information of everyone, Before my stint in Congress, now I was previously governor. And before I was governor, I was in Congress initially representing still the 2nd District of Bataan. At nandun po yung government arsenal. At napag-usapan naman namin to ni Secretary Faustino previously. And I, as the representative of the 2nd District and the host to the government arsenal, I was the principal author of the modernization of the government arsenal. Nagkataon lang that I had to yield to Congressman Biazon para i-consolidate to ensure the passage and to facilitate the passage of the modernization of the government arsenal. Kinonsolidate siya with the modernization of the AFP. Kaya napasa po ito at from several decades of being a sleepy facility, itong ating government arsenal, yung nasama sa modernization, ay marami po nangyari. And I think it's about time na i-elevate na natin, i-level up pa natin. That's why there is legislation filed by our chair of the Committee on National Defense, Chair Tupas, at kanina po, narinig ko, concerns din po ni Congressman Adyong, na i-level up na natin yung arsenal, and one way is to convert it into a defense economic zone. This was a bill previously filed by my brother, now the governor, Joet Garcia. Nang sa ganon, we can really attract partners, foreign defense companies that can share in technology, can invest in manufacturing, produce jobs, plus contribute to our self-reliant program, defense program in the country. So, nag-file na rin po tayo, nirefile po natin itong bill na ito at nang sa ganon ay talagang maging conducive siya at ma-attract po natin itong mga defense companies na ito. May I hear the sentiments of our Secretary? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. Really, we are, sir, happy to hear about this bill. We've been anticipating this. And really, we all know that there is a need to modernize our government arsenal. We are into several talks already with possible joint ventures and possible activities that will serve as a seed for this defense economic zone. The bill in itself is definitely, sir, you will get 100 support from the Department of National Defense, because this is the way forward for us, which is to further improve our self-reliant or give life to our self-reliant defense posture. Right now, we are, as mentioned by our Director of the Government Arsenal, that it's high time for the government arsenal to be modernized, because we're dealing with antiquated equipment donated immediately after the war, and little by little the modernization of the government arsenal is ongoing, but it's not that really revolutionizing the government arsenal, and that's what we intend to do. And with the bill to be filed on the conversion of the government arsenal to a defense economic zone will, as I said, jumpstart the SRDP, and we're looking forward to it, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Secretary Faustino, Madam Chair, for your response, and I'm looking forward to working with you and the new head of Government Arsenal, General Amante, so that we can really convert and facilitate this bill into law, so that we can really jumpstart the modernization of our AFP and the government arsenal. One last point, Madam Chair. I just would like to ask from our Secretary the status of the transfer of the Philippine Marines to Bataan. I understand doon na po lilipat at magiging bagong bahay o tahanan ng ating Philippine Marines, and we're very happy to host our few good men of the Philippine Marines. So may I know the status, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, may I call on the Flag Officer at Command of the Philippine Navy to manifest the transfer of the Philippine Marines to Bataan.
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, Your Honor, currently the facilities that are now being built in the Bataan Techno Park has already been bidded out by the BCDA. They have started the construction, and they're saying that in around 3 years' time, 2 to 3 years' time, all of this will be completed, and by that time they will be able to transfer to your district, Your Honors.
Thank you. Happy to hear that. And if you need any assistance, coordination, support from the provincial government or its representatives, nandito lang po kami. And we are eagerly anticipating the transfer of our Philippine Marines para makatulong din po sa seguridad at development ng lalawigan ng Bataan in our region. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, and I would like to indicate once again our full support for the budget and additional budget for the Department of National Defense. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
We now recognize Representative Harris Ongchuan from Northern Samar. Is he around? We now recognize Congressman Romeo Momo from Surigao del Sur.
Madam Chairman, this representation would like to manifest its full support to the budget of the Defense, Department of Defense. It's about time to modernize, continue the modernization of our national defense, and siguro ito na ang panahon na dapat talaga nating tapusin o kaya ituloy yung pag-modernize ng buong defense system natin. That's all, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now yield back the floor to our Senior Vice Chairman, Stella Kimbo.
Madam Chair, considering that we don't have any more interpolate, Madam Chair, may now move that we terminate the budget
Representative
hearing.
Aquino, before we recognize you, on behalf of Appropriations Chair Congressman Saldico, we thank you for patiently and diligently answering all our questions. Rest assured that you are in the very good hands of our sponsors, Representative Mercedes Alvarez and Representative Totos Wansing. So, with no other members wishing to interpolate the DND, we now recognize Representative Joboy Aquino for his motion.
Madam Chair, may I move that we terminate the budget hearing of the Department of National Defense? I so move, Madam Chair.
I second.
I second.
Duly seconded by Representative Mercedes Alvarez. The motion is carried. Do I hear a motion to suspend the budget briefing?
I move to suspend,
Move
Madam
to
Chair.
suspend.
The budget briefing is suspended until Friday, September 16 at 9 a.m.